Au Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front est ceint de fleurs en glorieux, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Statements by members.
I'm sorry?
Oh, let the doors be open, je m'excuse. Que l'on l'ouvre les portes. On va laisser rentrer tout le monde. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Orleans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Orleans Youth Council, which I co-chair with my provincial colleague MPP Stephen Blair, is made up of 25 dynamic young people. Our first virtual meeting took place on September 19th, and I would like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Bardish Chaga, Minister of Diversity, Youth and Inclusion, for agreeing to come and discuss the essential role that Canadian youth play in our country. The board has already demonstrated leadership in the Orleans community, including participating in the Orleans Legion Poppy campaign and writing letters to seniors to break social isolation. Together, let's write initiative. At our next meeting on Saturday, November 21st, Council has invited newly elected Cumberland Ward Councillor Catherine Kitts, recently elected in a by-election, to speak to us about her experiences and knowledge of community engagement. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the members of this Orleans Youth Council for their commitment and their leadership in our community.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, Foothills is grieving the loss of a loving family man, a passionate community leader, and a longtime councillor who was dedicated to his community. Larry Spelak, the former reeve of Foothills County, passed away on November 6th after a lengthy battle with cancer. Larry never allowed his fight with cancer to slow him down. He remained committed to those things most important to him, being a good husband, a proud father, and tirelessly supporting his community. Those who served alongside him on council or in the De Winton community would agree. Larry was a hardworking, respected, and strong leader. A champion for his constituents, and certainly someone who knew the meaning of service, Larry was a mentor to me. When I entered politics, I looked to people who I trusted and admired, people like Larry Spelak. Our community lost a friend and a great man. We extend our condolences to his wife, Danielle, his son, Ben, his friends and family, and colleagues at Foothills County, all of whom Larry loved dearly. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, insulin remains one of the most significant advances in the history of medicine and continues to save lives of millions of people globally. JDRF Kids for a Cure are honoring Banting and Best's gift to the world, and I had the privilege of meeting virtually with 3 of their amazing young leaders, each with big dreams for the future. They are 15-year-old Ann Pettigrew, 9-year-old Maya Webster, and 7-year-old Kieran Palmer, who also told me about their lives with type 1 diabetes. While these young champions face challenges, they advocate for all the other children living with type 1 diabetes. They want members of Parliament to know the life-saving impact of Canadian research and innovation has had and continues to have on the lives of young people with the disease. Mr. Speaker, Anne, Maya, and Kieran are making a real difference. They are champions and superstars.
L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU. Mr. Speaker, this week, the Corporation des Fleurons du Québec proceeded to the 15th unveiling of the horticultural classification of municipalities. This is a great way to highlight the many efforts made by municipalities to sustainably beautify their environment and the quality of life of their citizens. I'm very proud to announce that the town of Sainte-Terre, one of the most beautiful towns in Abitibi, has been awarded 4 flagships for Fleurons. As they say, the efforts that have been made for all the improvements and investments planned to beautify the municipality are once again bearing fruit. Among the efforts put forth by Sainte-Terre are the 100th anniversary forest, the Desjardins Pavilion, and the flowers and decorative lightings. Over the next few years, the city plans to develop a strategy for beautification at the residential, commercial, and institutional levels. I would therefore like to congratulate the Mayor of Sainte-Terre, Mr. Jean-Maurice Matt, as well as all the people who have contributed to the beautification of their city. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that small businesses are the lifeblood for our communities and the vital for Canada economic recovery. I am honored today to speak in recognition of a small...
I can interrupt for a second, the Honourable Member for Brampton Centre. Your camera doesn't seem to be on. If I can just get you to turn your camera on. I'm sure people want to see you give your statement. Oops. There we go. Perfect.
I will start again. Okay, sorry. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that small businesses are the lifeblood of our communities and vital for Canada's economic recovery. I am honored today to speak in recognition of a thriving small business in my riding of Brampton Centre. Founded in 2001 by Dinesh Gautam, KJ Designers has served the greater Brampton community by providing high-quality Indian wedding fashion outfits throughout Canada. Unfortunately, Dinesh business had some significant downfalls during pandemic. However, with the help of our government's plans to support small businesses, KJ Designers continues to keep the doors open and the business is ought to boom now. Thanks, Dinesh, to you, your family, your staff, and your commitment to serve the communities. Your efforts never go unnoticed. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, racism in all its forms is unacceptable, including within the Canadian Armed Forces. Recently in the Globe and Mail, former Defence Minister David Pratt was right to call it out. However, his assertion that racism was solely to blame for the Somalia affair misleads Canadians about what truly happened in Somalia. Members of the Canadian Airborne Regiment were poisoned with illegal use of the anti-malaria drug mefloquine. Shamefully, the Liberals shut down the Somalia inquiry just before the misuse and impact of mefloquine toxicity was to be exposed. As a result, the Airborne was disbanded. Mefloquine became DND's preferred anti-malaria drug until 2017. Families have been destroyed, lives have been upended, and lost to suicide. The impact of mefloquine on the Somalia affair should have been investigated. While our allies have shown compassion and support for their soldiers impacted by this drug, this Liberal government prefers to meet our veterans in court. The Somalia affair is a painful chapter of our history. Our veterans and all Canadians deserve to know the truth. This is one apology the Liberals refuse to take responsibility for.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm recognising the excellence of the Volunteer Centre of Hull, which is celebrating 25 years of existence in my riding of Hull-Aylmer. Whether it be through Meals on Wheels services, transportation to appointments, or tax clinics, this organisation improves the quality of life of thousands of residents. The Centre has always innovated to meet various needs. Through its work in the field with vulnerable seniors, the Centre breaks the social isolation and loneliness that seniors too often experience. Above all, I would like to thank the Centre. Inaudible for the interpreter. Your enthusiasm inspires us and gives us the means to act. Happy birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate Global Entrepreneurship Week. This initiative is hosted by Futurepreneur, a uniquely Canadian success story, which has supported the creation of well over 11,000 new Canadian businesses since its inception. Global Entrepreneurship Week celebrates entrepreneurs as the backbone of the Canadian economy, a driving force for innovation, job creation, and prosperity from coast to coast to coast. We know that our entrepreneurs have been particularly hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, but we also know that they will prove instrumental in our mission to build back better. The entrepreneurial spirit of Canadians remains unflappable, contributing to our culture, economy, and local identity. In small towns and big cities across the country, entrepreneurs are still launching new businesses, revitalizing main streets, and creating jobs and economic opportunity. I invite all colleagues to join me in recognizing Global Entrepreneurship Week and thanking Futurepreneur Canada for their peerless work in supporting innovators and risk takers throughout our beautiful country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was able to attend virtually the annual Tourism Congress hosted by the Tourism Industry Association of Canada. Over 2,400 travel and tourism professionals registered to take part, and much of what was discussed centered on the need for additional and tailored supports from this federal government. Since the start of this pandemic, our Conservative opposition has been asking this Liberal government to present a sector-specific travel and tourism recovery plan. 9 months later, the government has still not taken any action. The absence of a dedicated sector-specific tourism recovery plan is an abject failure of this Liberal government. Destination Canada's own State of the Industry report from October stated, and I quote, "We need to help provide a light at the end of the tunnel." Mr. Speaker, this is a call for action. The tourism sector, and more importantly, Canada's travel and tourism workers, want to get back to work and do so safely, and they are looking to Parliament for timely and critical solutions. Now is the time to deliver. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before continuing, I just want to remind the honourable members that statements are being made, and it's nice to see that the social distancing is taking place, but it doesn't mean you have to talk loud and drown out the person who's trying to speak. I just want to remind them, and the people I'm speaking to aren't listening, so I'm going to say it again, and hopefully someone will point them out. Very good. Thank you. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada is focused on minimizing the negative impact of the coronavirus, Mr. Speaker. The second wave is upon us here in Canada. And as the government continues to ensure to work with the many different stakeholders, whether it's provinces, territories, Indigenous leaders, and the many different stakeholders that are making a difference, it's working together. That's how it is that we're going to be best able to ensure that we minimize the impact of the coronavirus, Mr. Speaker. In the Senate, we have legislation that is about to pass that's going to deal with an extension of the wage subsidy program, which continues to protect millions of jobs, Mr. Speaker. There's so many things that we can still be doing. We're looking for all interested parties to get on board, to be a part of a Team Canada approach at defeating the coronavirus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gun crimes in the GTA are out of control. Dante Andreatta, a 12-year-old boy, was caught in the crossfire of a gang-related shooting. He lost his life walking home from the grocery store with his mother. The number of criminals with a total disregard for human lives is growing. The Toronto police are reporting more shooting deaths this year. That is 6 incidents away from an all-time high. The time to act on gun crime is now. My bill, Bill C-238, is one of the ways we can fight gun crime, fueled by smuggled guns. It will keep dangerous criminals behind bars for longer and make it more difficult to get bail. That is just part of the solution. Unfortunately, shooting victim statistics are not part of the Liberal government's agenda. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to take the time to commend the wind of solidarity blowing in my riding in this very difficult time. The Bois Franc Érable Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Chambre de Commerce et d'Entrepreneuriat des Sources, among others, have gone ahead with a gift certificate campaign to support our local merchants in partnership with Desjardins. On social networks, a vast campaign to encourage our local restaurateurs was also set up. In the municipality of Saint-Camille, a socio-financing campaign to support the cultural sector was also held to support our seniors, notably. Initiatives such as these, Mr. Speaker, there are hundreds of them in my region, as there are no doubt elsewhere in the country. I would like to commend all those who are rolling up their sleeves and showing great generosity and solidarity during this difficult period. From the bottom of my heart, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank them.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, carceral institutions with populations primarily from BIPOC communities violate the fundamental human rights of incarcerated persons, and the pandemic has made it even worse. Federal and provincial institutions in Manitoba are in a public health crisis, dealing with multiple COVID-19 outbreaks, including 27 cases reported yesterday at a women's correctional centre. The Elizabeth Fry Society of Manitoba has been calling on governments to improve access for families and outside supports, and to release youth, individuals who are immunocompromised, and those on remand or those in prison for administrative reasons. Mr. Speaker, the right to adequate conditions for health and well-being is recognized in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Incarcerated women have a right to health, safety, and security of the person, a guarantee enshrined in our Charter. Women currently being housed in these institutions are grandmothers, mothers, sisters, and aunties. The government needs to listen to families and organizations to ensure their safety.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, today I'm pleased to mark the 50th anniversary of the Centre du Partage, a social economy organisation of great value to the community of Salaberry-sur-Roi. It was in 1970 that Sister Jeanne Laperle, supported by Sisters Claire and Blandine, became involved in the mission of sharing. They bet that the generosity of their local neighbours would allow them to generate mutual aid and solidarity. By administering a large second-hand clothing store, the Centre du Partage is able to give to the next one while promoting the ecological objective of reusing our goods. In 2019 alone, close to $200,000 was donated to other local organisations thanks to the Centre du Partage. I would also like to commend the contribution of Lucie Allais-Lévesque, who led the organisation for nearly 20 years, as well as the entire current management team, including Francine Litt-Miron and Joanne Viget, in addition to the many volunteers who keep the work of the Sisters of the Good Counsel going. Long live the Centre du Partage.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
The decision to ban Huawei from deploying 5G should be an easy one for the government. Our closest allies in the Five Eyes have all banned Huawei from their networks. We're the only ones who haven't. Next door in the U.S., our most important trading partner and military ally banned Huawei for national defense and security reasons. Yet the Liberals are holding out, as if they're buying time. First, they were going to decide before the election, and then it was after the election. Over a year has gone by and still no decision. But we've seen their delaying tactics before. If the Liberals don't want to take responsibility or stand up for anything, they choose death by delay. Energy projects, the tech frontier mine, illegal train blockades that held industry hostage. If they hope to deal with the Chinese government by using a weak tactic that causes suffering here at home, they need a reality check. This ruthless regime has a long record of breaching security and stealing intellectual property, and that was before 5G. The Prime Minister needs to stop wasting time, take a firm stance, and say no to Huawei.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
I rarely met an elected representative at any level of government as attuned to the interests and concerns of her constituents as Maria Tutino. Last week, Maria embarked on a well-deserved retirement from public life after serving the good people of Bay d'Urfé for a decade and a half. Maria led this picturesque and volunteer-driven community with an inspiring combination of vision, energy, and personal connection to her fellow citizens. Maria's leadership extended well beyond the town. She helped defend the interests of the wider collection of West Island municipalities in the transition period following the 2004 municipal demergers in Quebec. Maria poured her trademark dedication into the Train de l'Ouest campaign for better commuter rail service to downtown Montreal that eventually led to the REM Light Rail project. Thank you, Maria, and congratulations on a job well done.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, experts are raising alarms about this government's plan to distribute a COVID vaccine. We don't have the freezer capacity. We've signed deals that mean other nations, like the United States, will receive millions of doses before a single Canadian does. When can Canadians expect to see a real plan for COVID vaccine distribution from this government?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that the best way to get through this COVID crisis is by vaccines, and that's why we've been working since the summer on signing deals with a record number of companies around the world to ensure that wherever or however someone gets the right vaccine, it will be available in Canada. We're actually positioned better than just about any other country in the world in terms of access to a robust portfolio of vaccines because we took the leadership as a government and got it done. We are also ensuring that we're going to be able to distribute those vaccines as they become available across Canada, and Canadians can count on us.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said they've signed a record number of deals. The Minister told committee they've signed freezer contracts, but she won't say who got the contracts or how much. Maybe Frank Baylis makes freezers, Mr. Speaker. Officials said that Public Health Agency would be responsible for the logistics of handling and distributing the vaccine, but we can't get a clear answer on that either. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to reveal key information to Canadians who need to know about the availability and distribution of a COVID-19 vaccine?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the number one question I get from Canadians these days, and actually over the past 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months, has been, when is this all going to be over? How much longer are we going to have to go through this? That's what Canadians want to know. And of course, now that we see that there are vaccines on the horizon, people are very excited about it. And what I can tell you is we're in for a number more months of needing to do the right things before these vaccines start landing anywhere around the world. And that's why we are working very hard to make sure that Canadians get those vaccines the right way and properly. We are working very hard on a range of different vaccine delivery methods, and we will be there to support Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after obfuscation, after prorogation, the number one question I get when I travel around Canada is, when will this Prime Minister finally answer a question and be transparent with Canadians, Mr. Speaker? The distribution, he said, would be by the military. The government distribution story keeps changing. Perhaps they've hired a storyteller, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Public Services also said that she's waiting on Health Canada approval for any vaccine. Pfizer applied for emergency approvals in the United States. We know that Health Canada delays on rapid tests led to problems. Will the Prime Minister commit today to rapid vaccine approval?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you when I speak with Canadians from coast to coast to coast, they're not asking me about QP. They're asking me about COVID. And that is continuing to be what we are working on as our entire focus. And every step of the way, whether it has been on stepping up on PPE, whether it has been stepping up on testing and indeed rapid testing that we have delivered to the provinces, that the provinces are now evaluating how they want to deploy it, we have been there to deliver all these things that Canadians need, and we will be there to deliver on vaccines just like we've had their back in every other way during this pandemic.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Chelsea Craig is the President of the Liberal Party of Canada in Quebec. Recently, Ms. Craig said that Bill 101 was an oppressive act. After its adoption, the Liberals continue to not respect Bill 101. Why are Liberal leaders hindering the development of French in Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I won't take any lectures from a party that still refuses to agree to appointing bilingual Supreme Court judges. We have always done everything we need to defend the French fact in this country, including, as we've said, in Quebec. We know that it's essential to ensure that French flourishes across the country. We also need to be working in partnership with the government of Quebec to protect French in the province. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the member for Saint-Laurent was very contemptuous towards Francophones. No one denounced her, none of the French Liberal members. No action. After 5 years, no action on official languages. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister table the Official Languages Modernization Act before Christmas, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition wants to show his commitment to French, will he commit today to appointing bilingual judges to the Supreme Court? This is an issue, something that he didn't want to do. We'll see if they'll change their mind. We will always be there to defend the French language, to defend the French fact in Canada. That's why we regret the comments made by the member for Saint-Laurent, and she has apologized for those remarks. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The government has never spoken so much about French since the Quebec Act of 1773. In recent days and weeks, we have showcased the huge gap that separates Quebec from Canada, the Quebec values from the government values, language, culture, secularism. Let's clarify things for journalists who are watching us today. Is the Prime Minister acknowledge that the Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, we have always been here for French in Canada. As a member of Parliament from Montreal, as a Montrealer myself, I'm concerned about the fact that there are people who can't be served in French in Montreal. That is unacceptable. That's why we're going to continue to work to defend the French language. We will continue to be working alongside Quebecers to defend our language, culture, and identity, but also on the environment, on economic growth, on a federal government that is always there for Quebecers during the pandemic. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. It won't take long. We'll get him to come out with the words Bill 101 after having disavowed the member for Saint-Laurent today and the member of Heritage yesterday, who said out loud what a lot of Liberals are thinking, to such an extent that we think they must be reading Bill 101 on their bedside tables. We assume that the Prime Minister has spoken to the member for Saint-Laurent. Do they both agree, then, that French is threatened in Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. People must wonder why the Bloc Québécois focuses on this subject so much. We agree we have to continue to protect the French fact in Canada and in Quebec because there is a real danger and a decline. Why are they looking for or trying to pick a fight on something we agree on? Because they don't want to acknowledge and recognize that the federal government is there to help Quebecers with the CERB, with assistance for small business, to fight the pandemic alongside the Quebec government, which is something that they see as very bad. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honestly, things are going very badly. There are outbreaks across the country. The situation in Quebec is serious. People are afraid, families are afraid, but we knew all of that. We knew that the second wave of COVID-19 was going to hit hard. But we've got less support for people than under the first wave. In the NDP, we're prepared to work together to help people. What is the Liberal government waiting for to take action? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the start of the pandemic, we have taken action to help Canadians, to help families, young people, seniors, to help businesses, small and large businesses, communities. We have sent PPE to the provinces, testing equipment. We've sent billions of dollars to the provinces so that they are ready for the second wave. And we will continue to work along with them. We'll continue to be there for Canadians during the pandemic as long as it lasts. We will be there standing behind them as a federal government.
East South.
Mr. Speaker, crowded homes in Nunavut mean the risk of the outbreak spreading is severe. In Manitoba, outbreaks in long-term care homes means that we are losing seniors. In Ontario, hospitals are being overrun. Yet despite how serious the situation is right now in the second wave, there is less help in place for people than in the first wave. Now, we as New Democrats are ready to work together to get help to people who are in need. What is this government waiting for to act now in the second wave?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have not waited. We are continuing to increase our supports to individuals, to communities, to First Nations, to the North, to provinces. Every step of the way during this pandemic, the federal government made a promise. We would have Canadians' backs. And that's exactly what we've done and what we will continue to do for as long as it takes, whatever it takes. And I look forward to working with all members of this House in order to make sure we're moving forward on getting Canadians the supports they need. Every step of the way, this government will be there for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Mr. Speaker, we all know the lengths the Prime Minister went to in his attempt to get a seat at the UN Security Council. The money he spent, the political capital he used, the tenacity he showed. The Prime Minister, his ministers, even civil servants were relentless in the campaign for the Prime Minister's vanity seat. Now, it didn't work, but the entire world knew the Prime Minister wanted this. So here's my question. Will the Prime Minister use that same focus, that same determination, and that same zeal in his fight to ensure that Keystone XL, a project that will create thousands of real jobs for Canadians, gets built?
Okay. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that is a project that I have supported for the past 7 years. I actually went down to Washington, D.C. to speak to a room full of Democrats before I was Prime Minister to talk about how important that project is for Canadian energy security and for American energy security. I will continue to bring that up. We continue to work on it. I brought it up in the conversation with President-elect Biden in our very first conversation. We will continue to work together on fighting climate change, on assuring energy security, and on building a better future for all of our citizens.
Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Well, the problem is the Prime Minister has said so many negative things about Canadian oil and gas and done so many things to kill jobs in the Canadian energy sector that nobody believes him or trusts him to do anything to stand up for these jobs in Canada. Conservatives don't trust him, and I promise you, Canadian families and energy workers do not trust this Prime Minister. So will he stand up today and will he guarantee that he is as committed to Keystone XL pipeline and making sure that it gets built as he was to his vanity UN seat?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
See, Mr. Speaker, here's the problem Conservatives face. Anytime someone talks about doing right by the environment or building a greener or cleaner future, they think it's an attack on workers and on the oil sands and on our energy industry, when indeed moving forward on protecting the environment is the best way to ensure jobs and security for our energy workers and our energy industries. We know that international investors and consumers are looking for people with plans, with resolve, and with a lower carbon future. That is what we are working on building right across the country. The energy and the environment and economy go together.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, here's the problem Canadians face. This Prime Minister had a state dinner with President Obama, but Obama canceled Keystone XL, Mr. Speaker. The government is running a whole-of-government campaign to find Bill Morneau a retirement job at the OECD. The Prime Minister toured the world, meeting with despots for his UN Security Council bid, but only one phone call for the thousands of jobs that rely on Keystone XL. So my question is simple. Will the Prime Minister commit today to meet with as many American officials as possible to get this project done, to help Western Canada, to help Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, here's what Conservatives simply don't understand. You cannot get projects built. You cannot move forward to create good jobs for Canadians if you don't have a plan for the environment at the same time. If you are not committing to fight climate change. That's where Conservatives are stuck in decades past ideologies. Canadians know that the only way forward with Americans, with people around the world, is to show real leadership on climate change, the kind of leadership we have shown over the past 5 years. When will they wake up and realize to protect jobs, they need to fight climate change?
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked some questions about the government's blind faith in compromised information. It seems that the Liberal government's not very concerned about compromised institutions. Today, Democracy Watch announced that it has filed a court challenge to the government's method of appointing judges that promotes or compromises the impartiality of the courts. The minister has declined to comment. What does this silence say about the transparency of the government? The Honourable Prime Minister. In 2015, we put in place a merit-based process for the appointment of judges. Following years of Conservative favoritism, we put in place a merit-based process based on independent recommendations to appoint judges who now reflect the diversity of our country, be it geographical diversity, of political perspective as well. It's important to have a judicial system that reflects the diversity of the country. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the same government received an F from Democracy Watch in May 2019 for transparency. The President of the Canadian Bar Association has called for changes to the judicial selection process to avoid partisan manipulation. The Minister's office refuses to comment because it knows it has a great influence over the process. Will the government consider following the advice and change the judicial selection process? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, I will point out that we put in place a merit-based process. We are looking for high-quality judges from different political backgrounds, different horizons. We have a record number of women we've appointed, members of diverse communities. We are improving the appointment process. We will continue to ensure that high-quality judges are appointed across the country. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Merit-based. The media said that this government is interfering in the appointment of judges. Democracy Watch has said that as well. The Canadian Bar Association has repeated the same thing, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister and his minister are the only ones who disagree. Will the Prime Minister accept that he is interfering in the judicial appointment process? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we put in place a robust, independent, merit-based process that enables us to appoint high-quality justices across the country. The Leader of the Opposition is quoting the media and Democracy Watch, but look what they did when they were in power. We have made improvements to the process that they had botched under Harper. We are improving the situation with respect to diversity on the bench. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister calls the French fact is the national official language of Quebec. All comments and decisions by the Supreme Court and the money by the federal government is being used to challenge and demolish Bill 101. Does the Prime Minister regret having spent Quebec taxpayers' money against French? Does he acknowledge that the Canadian Charter has demolished Bill 101 in the Supreme Court? And does the Prime Minister believe that Bill 101 is oppressive towards Anglophones in Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Court Challenges program is one that we restored after it was cut twice by the Conservatives so that people can defend themselves if their rights are violated, including many Francophones who want to ensure that they can live in their language. It's important for us, and it always will be. With respect to Bill 101, we acknowledge that for Canada to be bilingual, Quebec must be first and foremost Francophone, and that is why we support Bill 101 in what it achieves for Quebec. That is why it's important to manage bilingualism across the country. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. He's going to make the headlines today, Mr. Speaker. The last time we talked about citizenship, the government leader blew a gasket, and he said that the Bloc was trying to divide people based on language, culture, and color. The Prime Minister acknowledges that the French fact is challenged, and all of a sudden he likes Bill 101. Will he encourage his caucus to vote in favor of the legislation being put forth by the Bloc tomorrow that will require knowledge of French to obtain citizenship in Quebec, Canadian citizenship in Quebec? And I'm sure that our Conservative colleagues will be voting in favor of it. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's a bit odd and worrisome to see the Bloc aligning with the Conservatives on the French fact in Quebec and Canada, because the Conservative Party has always been the party that undermined Francophones' rights outside Quebec, that continues to sabotage the French fact by refusing to commit to appoint bilingual French-speaking judges to the Supreme Court. We will always defend the French fact in Canada, the French language, and French entities across the country. This is something that people can count on from the Liberal Party.
For Calgary, Nose Hill.
The Prime Minister just said that it would be months and months before a vaccine is available in Canada, so we need to use other tools right now. Yesterday, Anthony Fauci said that Canada must test widely in the community for asymptomatic spreaders in order to stop the spread of COVID. To do this, we need things like at-home tests that people can easily buy and frequently used. And today, the U.S. approved this type of test. When will the Prime Minister allow Canadians to have this life-saving and job-saving tool?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, $25 billion. That is what we've spent, we've sent to the provinces so they can invest in testing, in contact tracing. We sent that over the summer for vulnerable people, for back to school, to support their health systems. We understand how important it is for the federal government to be there to support Canadians directly and to support the provinces. And I certainly look forward to continuing to work with the provinces on delivering these tests that they need. We delivered rapid testing to all the provinces, and hopefully soon some of the provinces will start deploying those rapid tests that we've delivered to them by the millions.
Well, member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, just to remind the Prime Minister, it's actually his job to approve technologies like at-home tests, which the Americans just approved today. And he might not realize in his rich privilege that people might not be getting tested because of the stigma. If we could have at-home tests that people could use in the privacy of their home frequently, it could be a game changer. It could keep things open. It could keep kids in schools. When will the Prime Minister stop blocking Canadians from having access to at-home tests?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it concerns me. that in the middle of a pandemic where health is on everyone's mind, the opposition health critic does not understand that it is not my job to approve tests. It is not the job of the Prime Minister or any politicians to approve tests. It is the job of our professional, independent public servants who we trust to make those jobs. Maybe she thinks it's all about politics. It's not. It's about protecting Canadians and saving lives, and that is what has guided this government every step of the way in this pandemic. Science, not politics, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Understand, Mr. Speaker, is that it's his job to go to the bureaucracy and say, we need both. We need rapid test review. We need to have that sanctity and that thoroughness of review, but we need to have it quickly so that we can save lives. At-home tests should be something that the government is encouraging Health Canada to do a fulsome review in a short period of time so that we can have access to these tests and stop the pandemic in its tracks. That is his job, and it's his lack of ability to get this done that's preventing Canadians from having access to these tools. Why?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, this government has worked closely with scientists, with health professionals to ensure that they have the tools to do their jobs, that they can make the best recommendations possible to Canadians. And we have amplified those and ensured that Canadians right across the country, from public health officials to premiers, can make the right decisions to keep people safe. We've said to them, I know you're going to face difficult decisions about whether to shut down quickly or try and stretch it out a little. Well, we've made that job slightly easier by saying we will have your citizens' backs. We will have the businesses' backs. We will give those supports so you can make the decision to shut down quickly. That is what we've been there to do for the provinces, and we will continue to be there to support all Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What concerns me, Mr. Speaker, is the arrogance of this Prime Minister. We ask questions hoping for a better response from this government. Science above politics, Mr. Speaker. A year ago, they shut down the early warning pandemic system to focus on vaping, a system that for 20 years protected Canada from an outbreak like this. For 20 years, scientists were tasked to rely on their own intelligence, not on China, Mr. Speaker. So, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, if we're bothering the Prime Minister with these questions, we want to save lives, we want to save our economy.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I am sure that I didn't just hear the Leader of the Opposition say that because of something we did last year, Canadians are now facing a pandemic. The level of political attacks there that they're actually tossing out is irresponsible in a time where Canadians are looking to government and to political leaders to pull together. And that's exactly what we've done. We have been working hand in glove with the provincial governments. We've been working with local health authorities. We've been ensuring that Indigenous communities get the supports they need. We've been working directly with Canadians. We will continue to have Canadians' backs every step of the way.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
This government has refused to be transparent about the vaccine deals they've signed with drug makers or their plans to deliver COVID vaccines to Canadians. Just today, we learned from the Ontario Health Minister that 6 million doses of vaccine will apparently be delivered to Canada between January and March, with almost half for Ontario alone. This is just a fraction of the doses the Prime Minister claims he has secured. Why are we hearing national vaccine plans from a province? And when will this Prime Minister reveal full vaccine distribution details for Canada?
Prime Minister.
Speaker, from this summer onwards, we've worked extremely hard to sign deals with as many different vaccine producers, potential vaccine producers, as possible around the world. And as a result of it, Canada has the strongest portfolio of potential vaccines of any of our peer countries, because we've been there to support Canadians. And we know that getting those vaccines out to Canadians across the country is going to be a significant challenge, because there are so many different types of vaccines and so many Canadians who need to get them. But as we have every step of the way, we will be there to deliver for Canadians to get us through this pandemic.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, we seek a HoC
came to Ottawa from Nunavut to treat a broken pelvis. In the hospital here, she was denied water and staff refused to change her diaper. She called 911 and emergency services brought water to her room. This strong Indigenous woman said, "We're done. We're not going to be treated like this anymore." First Nations and Inuit health is a federal responsibility, and this is another example of the racism Indigenous people face in the healthcare system. Indigenous people are done with racism, Mr. Speaker. When will the Liberals be?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, systemic racism against Indigenous peoples, against racialized Canadians continues and is something that this government is committed to fighting against. We made a commitment and are moving forward on distinctions-based health legislation that will ensure that we are doing a better job of supporting Indigenous peoples through their health challenges. We will continue to work hand in hand with them and ensure that through provincial systems as well, there is better treatment for Indigenous peoples. We have a lot of work to do, but this government is committed to doing it, and we will continue to do exactly that.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, today Brampton got its fair share. This morning, the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities announced that my community of Brampton South will receive almost $39 million from our government towards the transformative downtown Riverwalk project. It is expected that this will create 23,000 jobs and impact the local GDP to the tune of $1.4 billion. Can our Prime Minister tell us how local sustainable infrastructure projects like Brampton's Riverwalk will play a part in Canada's economic recovery?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I want to thank the member for Brampton South for her question and for her tireless advocacy for her community. Climate change and the severe weather it can bring has increased the risk of flooding in Canada. We're committed to helping communities overcome these new challenges. That's why we announced improvements for the Downtown Brampton Flood Protection Project. It'll reduce the risk of flooding for hundreds of families across the downtown core while attracting new investment to the city and creating good jobs for the future.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, recently at Justice Committee, we heard moving testimony from individuals in the persons with disability community who are gravely concerned about this government's Bill C-7 and the impact on their community. Krista Carr, Executive Vice President of Inclusion Canada, said that if Bill C-7 passes, discrimination on the basis of disability would once again be entrenched in Canadian law. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing? Listen to the voices of Canadians living with disabilities and support our amendments that would reinstate safeguards to protect vulnerable Canadians.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, from the very beginning, we've worked closely with advocates within the disability community to hear their concerns and to look at how we can get the balance right. We know how important it is to move forward with a medical assistance in dying bill that is constitutional, that both maintains and protects people's rights while at the same time protecting the most vulnerable. It's something we did as we moved forward a number of years ago. We're continuing to move forward while listening to people to try and get a very difficult balance right, but Canadians deserve us to get this right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister is listening, he's heard from physicians who've referred to Bill C-7 as a massive failure of compassion. He might have heard from disability advocates from across the country who've raised alarm that the bill goes too far and devalues their lives. One of the witnesses at committee said that she believed all her doctor saw when looking at her was a woman alone, sick, tired, and probably tired of living. So let's get the balance right, Mr. Speaker. Why is the Prime Minister rushing this bill when so many people fear the vulnerable will be impacted? Can he listen and have amendments that will protect society's most vulnerable?
Honourable Prime Minister.
The member opposite well knows that the courts have ruled on this, that there are pressures and there are questions from many different Canadians on all sides of us wanting to get this bill right and being able to move it forward. We continue to work as government should, and indeed as a parliament should, listening to different perspectives, trying to get that balance right, because we know what we need to do is ensure that all Canadians' rights are protected, while at the same time we protect the most vulnerable. As this parliament has in the past, I look forward to good, robust conversations as we work to get something very important just right for Canadians.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister stated he thought a trade agreement with the United Kingdom was an easy one to move on, then blamed delays on the UK lacking bandwidth. UK representatives have denied this claim. The Prime Minister patronized one of our most trusted allies. The government has had years to work on this agreement, and now there are only 23 more sitting days of Parliament in order to make this happen. When is the Prime Minister going to be bringing an agreement to Parliament?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's been many years that we have been working on moving forward on a seamless transition for the UK following its Brexit to ensure that the trade relationship between Canada and the United Kingdom continues on the same rhythm. We are hopeful that we are going to be able to get to an agreement very soon, because indeed we know that that transition to Brexit is happening in a matter of weeks. We continue to work to ensure protection for Canadian companies, access for Canadian consumers, and certainty for our UK friends.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this government spent 5 years chasing a free trade agreement with communist China until the foreign minister just recently gave up this summer. But with our oldest ally, the United Kingdom, this government has been missing for 18 months. Yesterday, in the United Kingdom's House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, a minister for the British government suggested that our Prime Minister's statements shouldn't be taken seriously. Mr. Speaker, it's taken them 5 years to realize what we've known from day one. So will the Prime Minister today commit to having a Canada-UK free trade agreement completed and presented to Parliament by the end of the year?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, we're working extremely hard with the UK on ensuring that they get a seamless transition. They chose to leave the CETA, the European Union agreement with Canada. We look forward to seeing that roll over in a seamless transition, but it is really entirely up to the UK to get that done. We are there to sign it, and we are very hopeful that we will be able to move forward shortly, but we respect the sovereignty of the UK and its ability to make its own decisions.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, a company called Proline Advantage got a $371 million sole source contract for medical gowns. The problem? They don't make medical gowns. FTI got a $237 million untendered contract for medical ventilators. The problem? They don't make any. This summer, We Charity got a $900 million sole source contract to invent a bursary program. Why is it so easy to get untendered contracts from this government for hundreds of millions of dollars for services you don't even provide? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the start of the pandemic, we've seen Canadians, we've helped Canadians, and creators and producers, we've seen them come forward to pitch in and help out. They've switched to producing PPE. They've developed solutions here in Canada. They took up the challenge, and we no longer have a PPE crisis. We're very proud of the efforts all Canadians have made, and we will continue to work to ensure that all Canadians are protected. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, last month the government insisted on creating a special committee to examine all COVID-related spending. We've since learned that $371 million was spent on medical gowns at double the price to a sole proprietorship who sells protein shakes in his basement, not medical equipment. and the $237 million, overpriced by $100 million, went to a former Liberal member, Frank Baylis, who sat here in this place as recently as last year. It's funny. Can the Prime Minister explain to us why they're trying to block their own special committee on COVID spending? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I can understand that someone listening to this question period might be very concerned about the fact that we may be sorely lacking personal protection equipment, but I'd like to reassure both the House and all Canadians watching that in recent days, product was delivered to the provinces and territories, over 5 million N95 masks, over 3 million surgical masks, and over 1 million gowns. We will continue to deliver the necessary equipment to the provinces and territories for all Canadians all across the country during this pandemic. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the member for Saint Laurent angered all Canadians when she questioned whether French was in decline in Quebec. And privately, other Liberals are apparently saying they don't think French is all that important. The Prime Minister himself appointed this member to the committee, the Official Languages Committee, and she's lost all credibility, all legitimacy to stay on it. What's he waiting for? Why doesn't he do the right thing and immediately replace her on the Official Languages Committee? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member apologized for her comments. We will always stand up to defend French and the French fact in Quebec and all across Canada. This government has always been there to defend language minorities. We know how important it is to have a bilingual country, and to have a bilingual country, Quebec has to be, above all, first and foremost, Francophone, French-speaking. And that's why we will not be lectured by the Conservative Party, which has always attacked Francophone rights all across the country. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, but what the Prime Minister has said is disrespectful and not in keeping with reality. The President of the Liberal Party of Canada in Quebec, Ms. Chelsea Craig, said Bill 101 is an oppressive law that has ruined education for Anglophones in Quebec. Dictating that I have to speak French at work is oppressive. Mr. Speaker, it's crazy. This is the Liberal Party of Canada's Quebec president who said that. Will the Prime Minister immediately condemn the disrespectful comments made by his president to Quebecers, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Liberal Party and the Liberal government will always defend both official languages. I would give my colleague the opportunity to confirm that the Conservative Party in future will only appoint bilingual judges to the Supreme Court. That's the commitment I made as Prime Minister. That's the Liberal Party of Canada's commitment. Yes or no? Will the Conservative Party only appoint bilingual judges to the Supreme Court in the future? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Always defend, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister and his official languages minister are all talk, no action. It's been 5 years now that the Liberals have been in office, and 5 years that they've done nothing for official languages. French is not a priority to this government. Let them table legislation in this place to modernize the Official Languages Act before Christmas. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, a missed opportunity for the Conservatives to defend French. The leader of the Conservative Party stood up in the House to answer my question. My question was, will he undertake to appoint only bilingual judges to the Supreme Court in the future? And he didn't undertake to do that. So let's just agree that the Conservative Party is not the party that's going to defend Francophones and French in Canada. As always, it will always take Liberal governments to do that. The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake. Mr. Speaker, now more than ever, Canadians need high-speed broadband internet access because more and more people are working and learning from home and accessing important services like telehealth. Can the Prime Minister give us an update on the Universal Broadband Fund and how it's going to improve connectedness for all Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Miramichi Grand Lake for his question. He's totally right. Canadians count on the internet to connect with resources and their loved ones. That's why we've announced a $1.75 billion investment to help all Canadians have high-speed access. That will connect some 400,000 more homes to high-speed internet access, especially in rural areas. This is the largest federal investment of the kind, and it will make a real difference in people's lives.
Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, we're reaching epidemic levels of suicide in our country. The Prime Minister's own cabinet have acknowledged that suicide is on the rise and that we're facing a mental health crisis. Last week, the Prime Minister told Canadians who are feeling anxious or overwhelmed to call 211. Again, for the record, 211 is a directory. It's not even available in all regions of our country, and it's not a national suicide prevention hotline. Is the Prime Minister comfortable with telling Canadians in crisis to please hold?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we need to be there for Canadians when they need us the most. Canadians deserve access to mental health services regardless of where they live or when they need help. We're having discussions with partners on how we can help more people get the access to the help they need. We're open to having discussions about a consolidated hotline, and we'll work with members of this House on how we can continue to support Canadians through this pandemic and beyond. This pandemic has exposed many challenges in our society that we are going to continue to fix, not just for now, but for the years forward as well.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the U.S. has taken real action on suicide prevention by moving to a 988 National Suicide Prevention Hotline. The Prime Minister has said over and over again in this question period about protecting Canadians and saving lives. So this is a simple question. The time for him to step up is right now, and it's right here. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing, commit to working together in a bipartisan way, and bring 988 to Canada, yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to working together to figure out how to best serve Canadians suffering from mental health challenges. In the very beginning, in 2015, we brought in record investments to the provinces on mental health. We've continued to work, including during this pandemic, on increasing the funding for Kids Help Phone by $7.5 million, by reaching out to the United Way to help them provide more services. But we're always happy to do more, and I look forward to working with the honourable member on this issue and making sure we're getting the very best help to Canadians that we possibly can.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there are rare occasions where I agree with the Prime Minister. We do need to be there. We all know that mental health issues have been aggravated by COVID-19. We all know that a single point of contact for those in need in their darkest hours will save lives. Isolation has already been a death sentence for too many. All MPs in the House know members of their family, their communities, and even their political families who've been struggling. So we have an opportunity to work together for the mental health and well-being of all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister join our effort to have a 988 hotline national by Christmas?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've made many investments in mental health. We've made many investments in programs that offer supports from Kids Help Phone to the United Way to others. We are happy to work with all members of this House on something, yes, indeed, we can all agree on. We need better supports, and we look forward to working with members to figure out exactly what that is and how we can get it delivered to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, we take our digital privacy seriously, and there's been good reason for increasing concerns about how that data and personal information is being collected and used. In a fast-moving digital world, we need both strong privacy and digital rights and a strong regulator to enforce them. Can the Prime Minister tell my constituents and all Canadians how our government plans to modernize and strengthen Canada's digital privacy laws?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Beaches East York for his question and for his tireless advocacy on this important file. To be competitive and to recover from the effects of this pandemic, our economy must harness the power of data. while at the same time protecting the privacy of Canadians. Canadians deserve more control and greater transparency over how companies handle their personal information. This is why we are proud to introduce the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, which will establish Canada as a global leader in protecting digital privacy.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has hit hard, but it's not hitting everyone in the same way. Women, young people, and racialized people are harder hit than others. Women in the workplace have lost ground, and the unemployment rate for young people is around 20%. In some racialized communities, it's up to 30%.
We have a point of order for the honourable.
The translation volume at the same volume that the honourable member is speaking of.
Okay, peut-être je pourrais demander.
Perhaps I could ask the member to see whether he's on the right channel. Has he selected French as his channel?
S'il vous plaît, recommencez.
Please start over, and we'll make sure that the translation is working. Fine. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic is hitting everyone. It's hitting hard, but some segments of the population are more affected than others. Women, young people, and racialized people are experiencing harder effects. The place of women in the workplace women have lost ground. The unemployment rate for young people is up to 20%, and in some racialized communities, up to 30%. What is the government doing to help those young people, to make sure that they regain trust and hope for the future? The Honourable Prime Minister, I'd like to thank the member for his question. That's something we're also concerned about, very concerned. The pandemic is indeed, like any crisis, affecting the most vulnerable more than others. And that's why we've been there since the outset to help women and young people and minority communities. We will continue to look for ways to help, and I'd like to thank all members who are pitching in and pointing out that more needs to be done for certain communities. We will be there and continue to invest to make sure everyone gets through this crisis and create a better world afterwards. That's all the time we have today for question period.
I believe that we have a point of order. The honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that if you seek the advice of the House, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House recognise that the French language situation is still fragile, that the use of French is declining both in Quebec and in Canada, and calls upon the government to commit to an action plan in collaboration with the provinces and territories to protect and better promote the French language in Quebec and Canada. This is a hybrid House sitting. I would therefore ask those against the motion to state that they are against. All those who are against the motion, please say nay.
D'accord. La Chambre.
The House has heard this motion. Those who are against the motion, please say nay.
Avec aucune voix de...
No dissent. The motion is therefore carried.
It being 3:16 p.m., pursuant to order made on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, the House will now proceed to taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Chong relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. La liste des députés.
The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for use by the table. The question is the following one.
Seconded by Mr. Paulus, moved that given that, one, the People's Republic of China, under the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, is threatening Canada's national interest and its values, including Canadians of Chinese origin within Canada's borders. Two, it is essential that Canada have a strong and principled foreign policy backed by action in concert with its allies. The House call upon the government to A, make a decision on Huawei's involvement in Canada's 5G network within 30 days of the adoption of this motion, and B, develop a robust plan, as Australia has done, to combat China's growing foreign operations here in Canada and its increasing intimidation of Canadians living in Canada, and table it within 30 days of the adoption of this motion. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favour of the motion participating in person will please rise.
Mrs. Halislav. Mr. Martel. Mr. Martel. Mrs. Block. Mrs. Block. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty. Monsieur Reyes. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Bergen. Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse-les-Etchemin-Lévis. Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse. Bellechasse-les-Etchemin-Lévis. Bon, voilà. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview. Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview. Ms. Gray. Ms. Gray. Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Sloan. Mr. Sloan. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Monsieur Blanchet. Mr. Blanchet. Monsieur Terrien. Monsieur Terrien. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame Bérubé. Madame Bérubé. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Madame Desbiens. Madame Desbiens. Madame Larouche. Madame Larouche. Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River. Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River. Mr. Backrack. Mr. Backrack. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Julian. Mr. Julian.
All those opposed to the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau. Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Monsieur Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez. Monsieur Lemetti. Monsieur Lemetti. Monsieur Champagne. Monsieur Champagne. Ms. McKenna. Ms. McKenna. Monsieur Guilbeault. Monsieur Guilbeault. Mrs. Schultz. Mrs. Schultz. Monsieur Duclos. Monsieur Duclos. Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould. Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland. Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Lamour. Mr. Lamour. Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Ms. Ing. Ms. Ing. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur El Khoury. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Van Bynen. Ms. Haidu. Ms. Haidu. Monsieur Robillard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Ananda Sangri. Mr. Ananda Sangri. Mr. Saini. Mr. Singh. Monsieur Lauzon. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Dollywall. Madame Mendez. Madame Mendez. Ms. Zerowitz. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Sorbera.
Nous ferons maintenant l'appel des...
We will now call members who are participating by video conference, one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. After you've been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone turned on only when voting.
Members of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Algabra.
Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Algabra, against. Contre. Mr. Amos.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Amos, contre. Against. Ms. Anand. Ms. Anand. Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Monsieur Arsenault, contre, against.
Mr. Aria.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Aria, against, contre.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Bagnall, can you repeat? The video did not kick in.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Do you want to check the arm on your headset to make sure it's down? Mr. Bagnall? Okay, we'll continue. We'll come back, Mr.
Je vote contre la motion.
There we go. Thank you.
Mr. Bagnall, contre, against.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Baines, against, contre.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Baker, contre, against.
Mr. Batiste.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Batiste, against, contre.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Beach, against, contre.
Madame Bendayen.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Bendayen, contre, against.
Ms. Bennett.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Bennett, against, contre.
Madame Bissett.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bissett, contre, against.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bibeau, contre, against.
Mr. Biddle.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Biddle, against, contre.
Mr. Blois.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Blois, contre, against.
Mr. Bertina.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Bertina, against, contre.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la proposition.
Madame Brière, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît, votre...
Ms. Brière, could you repeat, please? Your camera was not on.
Déclenché. Madame Brière?
Oui, Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Est-ce que le bras sur votre casque est descendu?
Is the arm of your headset down?
Et voilà.
Oui, voilà, Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la proposition.
Madame Brière, contre, against.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Carr, against, contre.
Mr. Casey.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Casey, against, contre.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Speaker, against.
Ms. Chager, against, contre.
Mr. Chen.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Chen, contre, against.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Cormier, contre, against.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Brusen, against, contre.
Ms. DeMoff. Ms. DeMoff. Mr. Dong.
I vote against the motion, Speaker.
Mr. Dong, against, contre.
Monsieur Drouin.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Drouin, contre, against.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Dubourg, contre, against.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Duguid, against, contre.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, against, contre.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Easter, pour.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Assassi, against, contre.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Ellis, against, contre.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, pour.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fergus, contre, against.
Mr. Fillmore.
Against the motion.
Mr. Fillmore, against, contre.
Mr. Finnegan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Finnegan, against, contre.
Mr. Fisher.
Je vote contre.
Mr. Fisher, contre, against.
Mr. Fonseca.
Vote against the motion.
Mr. Fonseca, against, contre.
Mr. Fragascatos.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fergus against contre.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fraser contre against.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Freeland contre against.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Fry contre against.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre cette motion.
Mr. Garneau contre against.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hardy pour.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Housefather contre against.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Hussein contre against.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Hutchings against contre.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur le Président, je vote
Coming up on my vote.
la motion.
Pouvez-vous répéter, Monsieur Iacono?
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Iacono contre against.
Ms. Jazik.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Jazik contre against.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Joly contre against.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jones against contre.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Jordan against contre.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Johari against contre.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kellaway against contre.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Khalid against contre.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Kara against contre.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Koutrakis contre against.
Mr. Kuzmerichik.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kuzmerichik against contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Lalonde contre against.
Madame Lembropoulos.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Lambropoulos contre against.
Ms. Latanzio.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Latanzio contre against.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Leblanc contre against.
Madame Leboutillier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Leboutillier contre against.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lefebvre contre against.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lightbound contre against.
Mr. Long.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Long contre against.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Longfield against contre.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga against contre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan against contre.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau contre against.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Maloney against contre.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Oui, je vote contre, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada contre against.
Mr. May-Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. May-Cambridge against contre.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Je vote contre.
Ms. McKinnon contre against.
Mr. MacDonald.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. MacDonald against contre.
Mr. McGuinty.
I vote against this motion.
Mr. McGuinty against contre.
Mr. McKay.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. McKay for pour.
Mr. McKinnon-Coquitlam pour Coquitlam.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam pour Coquitlam contre against.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories against contre.
Mr. Mendicino.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Mendicino against contre.
Mr. Miller.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Miller contre against.
Ms. Monsef.
I vote against.
Ms. Monsef against contre.
Ms. O'Connell.
I vote in favor.
Ms. O'Connell for pour.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Petitportel est contre, against.
Mr. Pulowski.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Pulowski, against, contre.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Qualtrough, contre, against.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Regan, against, contre.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Rogers, against, contre.
Mrs. Romanado.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Romanado, contre, against.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North, against, contre.
Mr. Sajan.
Vote against the motion.
Mr. Sajan, against, contre.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Sanson, contre, against.
Mr. Sanga.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sanga, against, contre.
Monsieur Schifke.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Schifke, contre, against.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Serret, contre, against.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Scrow, against, contre.
Madame Shanahan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Shanahan, contre, against.
Mr. Sheehan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sheehan, against, contre.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East, against, contre.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South, against, contre.
Mr. Sims.
I vote against.
Mr. Sims, against, contre.
Mr. Spengeman.
Je suis contre cette motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Spengeman, contre, against.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Tassie, against, contre.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, against, contre.
Mr. Vancouverden.
I vote against.
Mr. Vancouverden, against, contre.
Monsieur Vandal.
I vote against the motion.
Vandal, against, contre.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
I vote against the motion.
Bell, against, contre.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Vaughan, contre, against.
Mr. Varani.
Je suis contre la motion.
Mr. Varani, contre, against.
Mr. Weiler.
Vote against the motion.
Mr. Weiler, against, contre.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Wilkinson, against, contre.
Ms. Yip.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Yip, against, contre.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur le Président, je suis contre la motion.
Ms. Young, contre, against.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Zaid, against, contre.
Ms. Zan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Zan, contre, against.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Je vote contre la motion.
Berry, contre, against.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for.
Mr. O'Toole, for, pour.
Mr. Aboul Taïf.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Aboutier, pour, for.
Mr. Aitchison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote for the motion.
Mr. Aitchison, for, pour.
Mr. Albus.
I vote for the motion.
Albus, for, pour.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Allison, for, pour.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Arnold, for, pour.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Barlow, for, pour.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yea in favor.
Mr. Barrett, for, pour.
Mr. Benzin.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Benson, for, pour.
Monsieur Bertod.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Berthold, pour, for.
Mr. Bazan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Bazan, for, pour.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Bragdon, for, pour.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Brassard, for, pour.
Mr. Calkins.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Calkins, for, pour.
Mr. Carey.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Carey, pour 4.
Mr. Chu.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in support of the motion.
Mr. Chu, 4 pour.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Cumming, 4 pour.
Mr. Dalton.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Dalton, pour 4.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Dancho, 4 pour.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Davidson, 4 pour.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
I vote in favor of the motion.
D'Entremont, 4 pour.
Mr. Diot.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Diot, 4 pour.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dowdle, 4 pour.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Dreeshen, 4 pour.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry, pour 4.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Epp, 4 pour.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Falk Provencher, 4 pour.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fast, 4 pour.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey White Rock, 4 pour.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman Norfolk, 4 pour.
Monsieur Généreux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Généreux, pour 4.
Mr. Jennings.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Jennings, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
I vote in favor of the motion.
There we go. Thank you.
Mr. Jennings, 4 pour.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Gladue, 4 pour.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Godin, pour 4.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Gourde, pour 4.
Mr. Halan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Halan, 4 pour.
Ms. Harder.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Harder, 4 pour.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hoback, 4 pour.
Mrs. Jansen.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Jansen, 4 pour.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Genereux, 4 pour.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kelly, 4 pour.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, 4 pour.
Mr. Kitchen.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kitchen, 4 pour.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for.
Mr. Kimmich, 4 pour.
Mr. Cram.
I vote for the motion.
Cram, 4 pour.
Mr. Couric.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote for the motion.
Mr. Couric, 4 pour.
Mrs. Cousy.
Je vote pour la motion. I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Cousy, pour 4.
Mr. Lake.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lake, 4 pour.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Lawrence, pour 4.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Lehoux, pour 4.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lewis Essex, 4 pour.
Mr. Leipert.
Vote for the motion.
Mr. Leipert, 4 pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lloyd, 4 pour.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lobb, 4 pour.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lukiski, 4 pour.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. McKenzie, 4 pour.
Mr. McGuire.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McGuire, 4 pour.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mazer, 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West, 4 pour.
Mr. McColman.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McColman, 4 pour.
Mr. McLean.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McLean, pour 4.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, 4 pour.
Mr. Malello.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Malello, 4 pour.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Moore, 4 pour.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Morantz, 4 pour.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Motts, 4 pour.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Nader, 4 pour.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Patzer, 4 pour.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Paulus, pour 4.
Mr. Poiliev.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Poiliev, 4 pour.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Redekop, 4 pour.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Reed, 4 pour.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Rempel-Garner, 4 pour.
Ms. Rood.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Rood, 4 pour.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Soroya, 4 pour.
Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Schmale, 4 pour.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shields, 4 pour.
Ms. Shin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Shin, 4 pour.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Shipley, 4 pour.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Soroka, 4 pour.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Stanton, pour 4.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Steinley, 4 pour.
Mr. Strahl.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Strahl, 4 pour.
Mrs. Stubbs.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Stubbs, 4 pour.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sweet, 4 pour.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Tucker, 4 pour.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Upal, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Van Popta, 4 pour.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Vecchio, 4 pour.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Vidal, 4 pour.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Viss, 4 pour.
Mr. Workington.
I support the motion.
Mr. Workington, 4 pour.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Waugh, 4 pour.
Mr. Weber.
I vote in favor of the motion.
4 pour.
Mr. Williamson. Mr. Williamson. Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Wong, 4 pour.
Mr. Yerdega.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Yerdega, 4 pour.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Members of the Bloc québécois.
Barsalou Duval. Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval, pour 4.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur le Président, je suis en faveur de cette motion.
Monsieur Bergeron, pour 4.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca, pour 4.
Monsieur Boudria. Monsieur Boudria.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Boudria, pour 4.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote pour la motion.
Brunel Duceppe, pour.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Chabot, pour.
Monsieur Champoux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Champoux, pour.
Madame Charbonneau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Charbonneau, pour.
Monsieur Désilets.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Désilets, pour.
Madame Gaudreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Gaudreau, pour.
Madame Gill.
Je vote pour la motion.
Gill, pour.
Monsieur Lemire. Monsieur Lemire. Madame Michaud.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Michaud, pour.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Normandin, pour.
Madame Posé.
Pour la motion.
Madame Posé, pour.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Perron, pour.
Monsieur Plamondon.
En faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Plamondon, pour.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, pour.
Monsieur Simard.
Pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Simard, pour.
Monsieur Trudel.
Je suis pour la motion.
Monsieur Trudel, pour.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Vignola, pour.
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Angus.
I support the motion.
Mr. Angus, pour.
Ms. Ashton.
I abstain.
Miss Ashton, abstention.
Mr. Blakey.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Blakey, pour.
Monsieur Boulris.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Boulris, pour.
Mr. Davies.
I abstain.
Mr. Davies, abstention.
Mr. Duval.
I'm in favor of the motion.
Mr. Duval, pour.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Garrison, pour.
Ms. Gazan.
I abstain.
Ms. Gazan, abstention.
Mr. Green.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Green, pour.
Mr. Harris.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Harris, pour.
Madame Hughes.
Je vote pour.
Madame Hughes, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît? La caméra n'est pas déclenchée.
Je vote pour.
Merci.
Madame Hughes, pour.
Mr. Johns.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johns, pour.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Kwan, pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
McGregor, pour.
Mr. Massey.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Massey, pour.
Ms. Matheson.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Matheson, pour.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
McPherson, pour.
Members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Atwin, pour.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Manley, pour.
Ms. May Sanich Filans.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. May Sanich Filans, pour.
Independent members.
Ms. Ratansi.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Tansey, pour.
Mr. Tabera.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Tabara, against, contre.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
I vote for the motion.
Wilson-Raybould, pour.
On n'a pas fini encore. Oh, OK. Si vous pouvez attendre à la fin puis faire un rappel au règlement, ça va se passer. Merci. Si vous avez entendu la question.
If you heard the question and were unable to vote due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize you.
Fernand.
Je vote contre la motion. Merci.
Ms. Annan, contre, against.
Ms. Damoff? Ms. Damoff? Okay, she's got her thumbs down.
Ms. Damoff, against, contre.
Mr. Scheer?
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Can you repeat that? Your camera did not kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
There we go.
Mr. Scheer, pour.
Monsieur Lemire?
Monsieur le Président, je suis pour la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, pour.
Merci.
Et nous avons l'honorable député de Pointe-de-l'Île.
Je vote pour.
Vote pour.
Oh, bravo.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Est-ce que son vote a été...
Monsieur Beaulieu, pour.
OK, c'est bon. Merci.
Merci. C'est un bon choix.
Yes. I hear voices, but I can't see any faces. So do you have a hands up, or can you identify yourself? Mr. Williamson?
Yes, Mr. Williamson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Okay, very good. I've got you on. How will you vote?
I heard the question.
Oh.
I heard my name called twice. I could not activate my system, so I logged in again, and I vote in favor of this motion.
Very good. Your vote has been registered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tout est en place. No more problems. Yes, Mr. Sarai, please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, my technical difficulties, my screen went off, I rebooted, went on, I heard the question, and I would like to vote against the motion.
Very good.
Mr. Sarai, against, contre.
Very good. So we're done, I think. Okay.
Yeas pour 179, 179. Nays contre 146, 146.
I declare the motion carried. Now we'll proceed, if I can have order. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36 bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 14 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de...
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, entitled Main Estimates 2020-21, Vote 1, under Office of the Auditor General. I also have the honour of tabling in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, entitled Funding of the Office of the Auditor General.
The introduction of private members' bills, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. One moment. Mr. Manley, seconded by Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for Transparency in Entering Trade Agreements and Foreign Investment Protection Agreements. Excuse me. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to table this private member's bill today. During the debate on NAFTA, or the CUSMA trade agreement, the opposition Conservatives complained about the lack of transparency in the negotiations. When the Conservatives were in power, the opposition parties complained about the lack of transparency in the CETA and TPP negotiations. This Parliament is only able to debate the merits of a trade agreement after negotiations are complete and the agreement is signed. This private member's bill, the Trade and Foreign Investment Protection Agreements Transparency Act, is modeled on the European Union's process of transparent trade negotiations. The purpose of this act is to create a transparent consultation and assessment process to ensure that Canada's trade and foreign investment protection agreements reflect the values and interests of Canada as a whole, take into account the perspectives of various groups, including local communities, civil society organizations, and Indigenous peoples, promotes sustainable development and respect for the environment, and adheres to the principles of economic fairness, social justice, and internationally recognized human rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Manley, seconded by Ms. May, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First readings of Senate public bills. Motion. Présentation de pétitions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Fredericton. Okay, then we'll go to the Honourable Member, or presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I've got a number of petitions to present. The first one is from people across Canada who have signed a petition. They're calling on the government to focus in on the treatment of Uyghurs in China. Particularly, they're calling for Magnitsky sanctions to be placed on the Chinese officials that are contributing to the Uyghur persecution, and for the Canadian government to recognize the treatment of Uyghurs in China as a genocide. The next petition I have, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country. They're calling on the House of Commons to provide conscience protections for physicians and healthcare workers and institutions, Mr. Speaker. The third petition I have to present today is on behalf of Canadians from across the country, and they are seeking to support the health and safety of Canadian firearms owners. They are recognizing the importance of the ownership of firearms and the impacts to hearing loss that come from the noise levels that happen with the use of firearms, and they're calling on the government to ensure that we can bring in useful tools to ensure that Canadians' health and safety is protected while using their firearms. The next petition I have, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across Canada, and they're calling on the government to implement a national strategy on palliative care. These petitioners are calling for Canada to ensure that all Canadians have access to palliative care and are comfortable in the time of their death. The Canadians have signed this petition, are hoping for a national strategy on palliative care. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, when COVID-19 shut down Canada earlier this year, we knew that the air transport industry would be amongst the worst impacted. What we didn't know was that this government was going to do absolutely nothing to provide the Canadians employed in that industry any support. Today, on behalf of the 14,645 Canadians that have signed the petition and the over 633,000 Canadians that depend on our air transport industry for their livelihoods, I'm tabling a petition calling on the government to get back to work, show some leadership, and come up with a plan to save our air transport industry. Mr. Speaker, it's time that this minister and this government get out of the lounge into the cockpit and pilot our industry through this pandemic. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The undersigned Canadians have asked that I present this petition, and it is to formally recognize Uyghurs in China have been and are subject to genocide, as well to use the Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act the Magnitsky Act and sanction those that are responsible for the heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghur people.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise here today again to present a petition from young people in my riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay, and the neighbouring riding of Kootenay, Columbia. They're concerned about climate change, and they point out that Canada's targets are inadequate, and action on those targets has even been weaker. They want jobs that are sustainable and not for short-term gain at the expense of future generations. They therefore ask the government to support their future with a detailed climate strategy with science-based targets, elimination of fossil fuel subsidies, and redirecting those funds to renewable energy systems, energy efficiency, low-carbon transportation, and job training. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three petitions to present. The first is an e-petition signed by 1,050 Canadians who are calling on the federal government to establish a committee to update the federal child support guidelines. The petitioners note that the guidelines have not been updated since 1997, are based upon outdated assumptions that pick winners and losers, and do not bear the true costs of rearing a child, particularly for parents with less access and who have had more than one divorce. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, relates to international human organ trafficking. The petitioners call upon the government to amend the criminal code as well as the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent and to deem inadmissible all permanent residents or foreign nationals involved in this egregious human rights abuse. And the final petition, Mr. Speaker, is signed by 46 Canadians. They wish to bring to this House's attention egregious human rights abuses being perpetrated by the Chinese Communist regime against Uyghur Muslims, including invasive surveillance, arbitrary detention, destruction of cultural sites, forced labor, and even forced human organ harvesting. And they call for this House to recognize that the Uyghurs have been subjected to a genocide, and they call on the government to impose Magnitsky sanctions on those responsible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, these petitioners call on the government to draw their attention to the practice of trafficking of human organs. They're ripped out of the bodies of the victims without consent, and they're sold for profit. And Canadians are allowed to go abroad and buy these organs. So there are two bills before Parliament, one here in the House of Commons, one before the Senate, and these petitioners want Parliament to get on with it and get them passed.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour and privilege to table petition E2776. The petitioners are concerned about the Canada Pension Plan investments of over $200 million in foreign open-net pen salmon farms. Open-net pen salmon farms contaminate wild salmon habitat with chemicals, parasites, viruses, and diseases, all of which threaten the health of wild Pacific salmon runs. To protect their wild salmon populations, Washington State passed legislation banning PRV-infected farmed salmon in 2018. Divesting Canadians' pensions from PRV-infected salmon farms is an important step in protecting wild salmon. And the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to request that the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board divest from open-net pen aquaculture investment opportunities, foreign-owned or otherwise. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Prince George Rocky. That's what it is, exactly. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It took me a while first to. I have two petitions here today on two very serious subjects, Mr. Speaker. One petition that wants to formally recognize the Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide. Use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act and sanction those that are responsible for the heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghur people. The second petition is just very similar to my colleague from Ontario. We're raising concerns about the international trafficking in human organs removed from victims without consent, and that they're being harvested and actually being sold. And so there's a group of many Canadians that are concerned about that issue as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for, and I always, that's, can I, Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. Now there's one missing in there, isn't there? Anyways, go ahead, please.
Mr. Speaker, I have a similar petition as those just raised by my two colleagues in relation to the concern that we have with international human trafficking in relation to organ harvesting that's done without the victim's consent. A truly grisly practice, and there are two bills right now, Bill C-350 and Bill S-240, that address that. And I have a petition in relation to concerns that petitioners have with that. Thank you so much.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you.
Yukon has a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this might be an appropriate time, given one of the earlier petitions presentation, to remind the members that when they present a petition, they should not express their view or give a personal speech related to the petition, just what's in the petition.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Yukon has a very good point, and I've reminded members before, try to keep it as concise as possible, and just tell us what the bill is. It's not a time for debate. That'll come later on if it ever hits the floor of the chamber. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 102 to 104, 108, and 111 and 114.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Furthermore, if a revised response to question 79, originally tabled on November 16, 2020, and the government's responses to questions numbers question 98 to 101, 105 to 107, question 109, question 110, question 112, and question 113 could be made for orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. Request for emergency debates. The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on an imperative matter for discussion requiring urgent consideration by this House pursuant to Standing Order 52. A new administration has just been elected in the United States, and they indicated during the campaign that they intend to cancel the Keystone XL project. And of course, this Liberal government has made it clear that they will give no more than a half-hearted, supposed attempt at advocacy for such an important project for this country. This is a vital project that will bring billions of dollars to the Canadian economy every year, and it requires urgent and sustained advocacy immediately from this government. That's why Parliament must give this matter emergency consideration. We're all in this together. That's a phrase that we have heard often as of late, Mr. Speaker, but it appears to only be empty rhetoric for this Liberal government when it comes to standing up for Alberta, our natural resource sector, and for the Keystone XL project. Within days of the Liberals being elected in 2015, the American administration rejected the Keystone XL proposal, and the Prime Minister, infamously refused to stand up for this important project, instead saying the Canada-US relationship is bigger than any one project, and I look forward to a fresh start. In other words, just brushing it off, brushing it aside. He refused to initiate a NAFTA challenge for the project. He refused to support any legal challenges in support of the project. In essence, he refused to show any actual, tangible support for the project. But he's been abundantly clear as well on his plan to landlock Canadian oil. Bill C-48, Bill C-69, and his comment that the oil sands needed to be phased out. But every day, I hear from Westerners about how they're struggling to make ends meet, how they're struggling to feed their children or pay their rent because they're out of work. You know, I'll just read from, very quickly, Mr. Speaker, from a text that I received from my brother recently, because I asked him if he'd been able to find a job. And he's one of many people that I could say the same about. And he said to me that he had phoned 18 different companies that just the other day, like he does basically every week, and said to me that not one of them had a job right now, not one of them. And he said, you know, that even last winter, they all would have had at least one project on the go. Some of them had either 2 or 3 projects, but now none of them. And he said that out of all the guys he knows from the industry, and he's worked in the industry for decades now, only 3 of them were working right now. 3 out of, you know, dozens and dozens of people that he knows. Talked about it on his own street alone, how there was basically none of his neighbors on the whole street were working right now. 4 of them had homes up for sale. That's very typical of what we see in my province of Alberta right now. That's because this government has shown no attention, care, or concern for the need for this project, for the need to put our industry that supplies so much for this country back to work. And the responsibility clearly then lies directly at the feet of this Liberal government and their misguided policies that have absolutely kneecapped the Alberta economy. But I want to make it clear that it's also bigger than just about Alberta or the West. This is a project for all of Canada, and it's a way forward for economic recovery post-COVID-19. For every direct job created in the oil sands industry, there are 2.5 indirect jobs created in the rest of Canada. So when Alberta succeeds, Canada succeeds. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your consideration on this very important matter, and I sincerely hope that you will grant this request. Thousands of jobs, thousands of families' livelihoods are at stake. Frankly, the very unity of this country could be at stake.
I thank the honourable member for Banff Airdrie for his intervention. However, I'm not satisfied that his request meets the exigencies of standing orders at this time. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock is rising on a point of order, a point of privilege.
Point of privilege.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise on a question of privilege to bring to your attention and to the government's response to my question on the order paper. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Question on the order paper number Q97. This was tabled earlier this week on Monday, November the 16th. I am bringing you this matter at the first available opportunity since I've become aware of it. Q97 asked, and I quote, with regard to flights on government aircraft for personal and non-governmental business by the Prime Minister and his family and by ministers and their families since January 1st, 2016, A, what were the details of such flights, including the date, the origin, the destination, the names of the passengers, excluding the security detail, and for each flight, what was the total amount reimbursed to the government by each passenger? The response was signed by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence on behalf of the Minister of National Defence. According to the government's response on July 1st, 2016, a government aircraft flew the Prime Minister, his immediate family, along with Ms. Gregoire Trudeau's parents, the caregiver, Marianne Payot, from Vancouver to Tofino. However, the government's own flight logs, which have been released through access to information, indicate that the information contained in the government's response to Q97 is factually incorrect. For example, the flight logs for the trip indicate that Mrs. Anna Graney, then the Liberal Party president, was on that flight on July 31st. In addition, the answer to Q97 indicates that Anna Graney was on the flight from Tofino to Vancouver on August 13, 2016. However, according to the government's own flight logs, Ms. Graney was not on the August 13th flight. There's also a significant discrepancy in the government's response to Q97 and the flight logs, about which the Prime Minister's family's caregivers were on a number of flights in July and August of 2016. According to the response signed by the Minister of National Defense, Marion Peo, was on the flights both to and from Tofino. However, according to the flight logs, Mrs. Peo was not on those flights. However, Alexandria Overing, who was identified as a caregiver in a Globe and Mail article from October 31st, 2016, is listed on the flight logs. In fact, that same Globe and Mail article from October 31st, 2016 confirmed that Anna Graney traveled from Vancouver to Tofino. Kate Purchase, who was the Prime Minister's Director of Communication, is also quoted in that article saying that Ms. Graney traveled to Tofino as a guest of the Prime Minister and reimbursed the cost of the equivalent commercial flight. It is clear from both the flight logs and the comments of the former Prime Minister's Communication Director that Ms. Graney was on the flight from Vancouver to Tofino. However, the answer that I got to Q97 does not list Ms. Graney as a passenger on that flight. The fact that this basic information in the government's response is incorrect and does not match up with the facts contained in the government's own logs is very concerning and hinders my ability as a Member of Parliament to hold the government to account. On December 16, 1980, at page 5797 of Hansard, the Speaker ruled, and I quote, "While it is correct to say that the government is not required by our rules to answer written or oral questions, it would be bold to suggest that no circumstance should ever exist for a prima facie question of privilege to be made where there was a deliberate attempt to deny answers to an honourable member." On page 234 of the second edition of Joseph Mago's Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, it states that in order for the Speaker to find a prima facie question of privilege and an admission by someone in authority, such as a Minister of the Crown, or an officer of a department, or an instrument of a government policy, or a government agency, whether that member of the House of Commons was intentionally misled, or an admission of facts that led naturally to the conclusion that a member was intentionally misled. As I mentioned earlier, a Globe and Mail article from October 31st, 2016 quoted Kate Purchase admitting to the facts that leads naturally to the conclusion that I was misled, namely that Anna Graney traveled from Tofino as a guest of the Prime Minister. It is vital for this House that this information be tabled accurately in the Parliament. False or misleading information should never be tabled in this House, especially not in a response to a formal question on the order paper. I would suggest that in the case of the Minister of National Defence and his Parliamentary Secretary who signed the letter, they have misled this House in an answer containing false information. At very least, various actors involved in this case have cast enough doubt as to warrant an investigation by the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. In Joseph Mago's second edition of Parliamentary Procedure in Canada, at page 227, it states, "In the final analysis, in areas of doubt, the Speaker simply asks, does the Act contain the appearance or appear at first sight to be a breach of privilege? Or, to put it shortly, has the member argued the point? If the Speaker feels in any doubt of the question, he should leave it to the House." This citation in reference to the ruling from March 21st, 1978, page 3975 of the debates, where the Speaker cites the report of the UK Select Committee on Parliamentary Privileges, and from a ruling of October 10th, 1989, at page 4,457 to 61 of the debates. And finally, in a ruling on October 21st, 1966, at page 9005 of the debates, the Speaker said, "In considering this matter, I ask myself, what is the duty of the Speaker in cases of doubt? If we take into consideration the moment that the Speaker is not asked to render a decision onto whether or not the article complained of a constitutes a breach of privilege, considering also that the Speaker is the guardian of the rules, the rights, and the privileges of this House and of its members, and he cannot deprive them of such privileges when there is uncertainty in his mind. I think that this is a preliminary stage of the proceedings. The doubt which I have in my mind should be interpreted to the benefit of the member." Mr. Speaker, I hope you take this matter under consideration, and I would be prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for Peace River Westlock. I'll take that under advisement and return to the House should I see fit. At this time, orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Second reading of Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act.
Inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended to 37 minutes. Monsieur Guilbeault, appuyé par
Mr. Guilbeault, seconded by Ms. Murray, moves that Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to start by pointing out that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe. Madam Speaker, I'm honoured to rise today to speak to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Start by illustrating the situation we live in this House. Digital technologies have completely changed the way Canadians discover stories, how they stay informed, how they are entertained, and how they learn and share with each other. From 2011 to 2019, the number of Canadians with Netflix subscriptions has grown from 1 in 10 to nearly 6 in 10. And the number of Canadians using Spotify to listen to music online has jumped from 2% in 2014 to nearly 30% in 2019. We welcome these innovations that bring so much richness to our lives, so much diverse content. However, prolonging the status quo will only further undermine our ability to tell our own Canadian stories. Si on ne réagit pas, c'est le...
If we don't react, funding for Canadian television production will continue to decline. What we risk in the long run is nothing less than a loss of our cultural sovereignty. The production of French, English, and Aboriginal works will be at risk, so we are taking action. The Broadcasting Act dates back to 1991, before the Internet, smartphones, and online platforms. It's a regulatory framework that's frozen in the past. On the one hand, we have homegrown companies playing by the rules and investing in our Canadian stories. On the other, online broadcasters operating outside of any regulatory framework, taking advantage of the system without any obligation to contribute. And no, Madam Speaker, resistance is not futile.
Additional broadcasters and a lack of for online broadcasters doesn't work. This outdated regulatory framework is unfair for our Canadian businesses. It threatens Canadian jobs. It undermines Canada's ability to tell, hear our own stories. Trois objectifs principaux nous motivent à déposer.
There are three main objectives that motivate us to introduce this bill. First of all, the legislation will contribute to our cultural sovereignty. Canada is rich with 2 official languages and the unique history and experience of Indigenous peoples.
To make sure Canadians can tell their own stories, express their own culture, now and in the future. Deuxièmement, la mise.
Secondly, the implementation of the new Canadian audiovisual regime that this legislation will enable will generate close to $1 billion in foreign investment per year in our films, television, and music. That means more jobs for our economy, more opportunities for our creators, and talented production workers for our artists, designers, authors, and many other cultural specialties for which we are internationally recognized. This also means greater stability for their sector. These are the same people who helped entertain us and made us smile during the first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, and now the second wave we are going through together. Thirdly, the legislation is about fairness. Asking online broadcasters to do their fair share isn't a luxury, it's about fairness.
The government believes that those who benefit from the Canadian system should contribute to it fairly. This legislation will provide stronger financing mechanisms and give more preeminence to what is produced in Canada in English, en français, and Indigenous languages. It will encourage better representation at all levels of production for equity-seeking groups, for women, for members of the LGBTQ communities, for people with disabilities, and for racialized Canadians, including Blacks and people of color. En fait, ce projet...
In fact, this bill truly gives Canadian creators and producers the means to achieve their ambitions. It recognizes the diversity of Canadian perspectives and their contribution to our rich and unique culture. A modernized act would ensure that Canadians from all backgrounds and identities are reflected in, participate in, and benefit from the broadcasting system. In short, our stories and music must have a place in the world of online broadcasting.
In a more practical manner, this bill proposes the implementation of a modern, flexible regulatory framework for the CRTC to apply fair rules to all broadcasters and make sure that it has the necessary tools to do its job effectively. We will also go a step further, and we will instruct the CRTC how to use these new tools. This will happen once the bill receives royal assent, and this bill makes amendments that allow for this essential policy directive. Dans nos instructions au CRTC,
in our instructions to the CRTC, we wish to recognize the specific needs of French and the Canadian francophonie in a digital world dominated by English. On this point, I'd like to add that this is perfectly in line with the throne speech, which mentions that the government has a responsibility to protect and promote French, not only outside Quebec, but also in Quebec. And I know that this is an important point for all members of this House, but also for all of Canada, because the protection and promotion of French is paramount for everyone.
De retour aux instructions du CRTC.
Returning to the CRTC's instructions, we want to also give special consideration to Aboriginal communities and to better recognize their realities and contributions. Finally, we wish to focus on racialized communities to ensure that they are fairly represented in the ecosystem.
Works is that it establishes a minimum of investment from Canadian broadcasters into our ecosystem. In effect, this creates a baseline of investment. With this bill and this intended policy direction to the CRTC, we aim for the CRTC to add an additional mechanism on top of the baseline. We intend to ask the CRTC to implement an incentive mechanism that would encourage behaviors that are inclusive and ensure no one is left behind. Some of the elements we would like to see being incentivized are diversity in key creative positions, the role and place of Black Canadians in our system, the retention of our rich intellectual property in Canada, and fair and transparent compensation for our musicians. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, I'd like to emphasize that we are listening to Canadians. The bill responds to key recommendations made by the Independent Blue Ribbon Panel last January. Urgent action was needed to bring online broadcasters into the system.
Our approach is balanced, and we've made the choice to exclude a number of areas from the new regime. User-generated content will not be regulated. News content will not be regulated. Video games will be excluded. Furthermore, only broadcasters that have a significant impact in Canada will be subject to the legislation. In practice, this means that only known names and brands will be subject to this legislation. Lorsque ma fille ouvre une plateforme de streaming,
when my daughter opens a streaming platform, I, like many parents, would like her to be offered with the choice of watching a series from here with her favorite actors like Vincent Guillaume Otis from District 31. I'd also like to see a documentary on Canadian Aboriginal history, for example. After all, it's our story and it's ours to tell. When my daughter listens to music on another platform, I would like her to be offered a playlist of local artists, or even, why not, from my hometown in Mauricie. What we propose will not only allow her to benefit from the choice among international offer, but will also enable her to discover content from here, content that can be financed by a contribution from these same digital platforms. We know how important it is to be represented in all our complexity on screen and in production. With the modernization of this law, our Francophone, Anglophone, Aboriginal, disabled, visible minority, and LGBTQ creators will have the means to tell their own stories and, more importantly, to see and hear them. It will be beneficial for both broadcasters and the public to showcase stories that resonate with us, that challenge us, and that bring us together as Canadians and Quebecers.
Beneficial for streamers and for Canadians to showcase stories that resonate with us, that reflect our history, and that brings us together. Ce projet de loi fait partie.
This bill is part of a broader approach in which our government is deeply and wholeheartedly committed to ensuring fairness for all. The giants of the web are earning billions of dollars in our economy and from our content. Some are among the most powerful companies in the world, and they operate outside of any regulatory framework.
More free rides. It's about fairness. It's about everyone doing their fair share. We are, in fact, starting to see this across the world. The European Union has adopted new rules on streamers, resulting in increased investments, jobs, choice of content, and ability to assert one's own cultural sovereignty. The United States has launched legal proceedings against Google for abusing its dominant market position. Australia is tackling the threat that journalism is facing through a mandatory code of conduct targeted at Facebook and Google. And several other countries, including Canada, are concerned about misinformation, online hate, and web's giant blatant inability to self-regulate. Voluntary self-regulation does not work. And let me remind you, most of all, of these initiatives that have garnered support across the political spectrum across the world. They should not be a right-left divide on these issues. Divisions only benefit large multi-billion-dollar companies, not our constituents. That's why I'm urging all members of this House to work together constructively and ensure that this important bill passes through second reading hastily so that the committee can start doing their important work to amend, improve, and move forward. Let's show the world that Canada is united and standing up for itself. Aujourd'hui, en proposant de...
Today, by proposing to modernize the Broadcasting Act, we are standing up for culture. We are continuing to move forward on these essential reforms. We are standing up for Canadian businesses and creators, saying that everyone who benefits from the system must contribute. We are standing up for Canadians and Quebecers. We stand up for Aboriginal peoples who have been underrepresented for too long. We stand up for artists, musicians, directors, and producers who want to practice their art in French from one end of the country to the other. These are the same Canadians, Quebecers, and Aboriginal people who expect and want to recognize themselves in the programs they choose to listen to and watch. They expect their stories to be told in their own language, to reflect Canada's diversity and the rich culture of Aboriginal peoples. The Broadcasting Act, passed in 1991, has served our society well, but it predates the digital age and is not adapted to it, something that we can no longer afford to ignore. Our regulator, the CRTC, also has few tools in its toolbox to ensure that the broadcasting ecosystem continues to serve Canadians. It has to deal with a media landscape that has changed significantly in 30 years. By introducing the bill, our government is responding to a pressing need to adapt Canada's legislative framework to today's digital reality. In the letter of mandate given to me by the Prime Minister, modernizing the Broadcasting Act is one of my prime responsibilities. The Prime Minister asked me to examine, and I quote, how to best to support Canadian stories in English and French. He asked me to introduce legislation by the end of 2020 that takes appropriate steps to ensure that providers, including web giants, offer more Canadian stories in their repertoires, contribute to the creation in both official languages, and promote and make Canadian stories more easily accessible on their platforms, and this without neglecting our country's diverse cultural and linguistic communities. That bill that our government introduced in this House on November 3rd, 2009 responds exactly to that. It's important to update to this legislation to ensure the continuity and vitality of our Canadian series, films, and music, and those who produce and broadcast them. I hope that the members of this House have now understood that, on the one hand, we have Canadian companies playing by the rules and investing in Canadian culture. On the other, we have online broadcasters who take advantage of our system without any obligation to contribute, and that one regime for our broadcasters and another regime for online broadcasters doesn't work.
Amendments to the Act to support Canadian creators and independent Canadian producers, to ensure the viability of Canadian broadcasting, and to protect Canada's cultural sovereignty. Madam Speaker, the purpose of the bill is to level the playing field and ensure funding for Canadian stories and Canadian talent. It would allow us to give a higher profile to what is produced in Canada in English, en français, and in Indigenous languages, and encourage better representation of racialized Canadians, women, and equity-seeking groups at all levels of production. This bill truly empowers Canadian creators and producers. It reflects the diversity of Canadian perspective. A modernized act would affirm and strengthen our Francophone, Anglophone, Indigenous, and Black identities, as well as all of our country's diversity, by helping us to tell stories that speak to our experiences and values. Bear in mind, we are imposing a number of guardrails. As I said earlier, user-generated content, news content, and video games will not be subject to the new regulations. Furthermore, entities will need to reach a significant economic threshold before any regulation can be imposed. This keeps the nature of the Internet as it is, simply asking companies that generate large revenues in Canada to contribute in a fair manner. What we are proposing will not impact consumer choices. It will not limit what any of those streamers can showcase in Canada, and it won't impose a price increase. Foreign platforms will benefit from proposing local content that resonates for its subscribers.
Stories presented from their perspective in their own language, or stories that introduce them to the experiences of others who they share a country with. This initiative brings people together and will promote social harmony.
Polarized times, having varied content that reflects our different experiences and perspectives across the country throughout our shared stories help us to understand one another, to listen. May it be an Indigenous perspective, Black, people with disabilities, women, we all have something to learn from each other. Through their creative work, artists truly have a way to make us reflect, understand, and feel what others feel. Global platforms will invest in local content, and by the same token, will allow our local content greater reach globally. This legislation will also generate investment in Canada and create jobs, two important drivers for reopening creative industries and ensuring their sustainability. This is no small feat when we consider that the broadcasting, audiovisual, music, and interactive media sectors contribute $20.4 billion to Canada's GDP and represent more than 160,000 jobs. Madam Speaker, I'd like to conclude by saying that Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, is the result of a collective effort. It is the result of a considerable amount of work by my colleagues, the public service, a vast array of stakeholders, and the Broadcasting and Telecommunication Legislative Review Panel. I would like to thank the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages and the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry for establishing the review panel and putting forward the notion that every participant in the Canadian broadcasting system had to contribute to the creation, production, and promotion of Canadian stories. I would also like to thank the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons for making this bill a legislative priority for our government. Lastly, I would like to thank all of those who've contributed to this important file.
With this bill, we're taking a step in the right direction. Our government has chosen a phased-in approach, a targeted approach to modernize the Canadian broadcasting system without delay and in an appropriate manner. We recognize that the work is not done. Other measures will follow, including the important role of CBC Radio-Canada and the various funding mechanisms for the audiovisual production sector.
This bill is about investing in Canada, this bill is about equity, and this bill is about what it means at the very core to be Canadian. If you don't agree with all of the bill, if you don't believe in our cultural sovereignty, that we as Canadians, as Francophones, as First Nation, as Métis, as Inuit, we are different, then you can still support the bill for the jobs it will create. But let me reiterate, Madam Speaker, that resistance is not futile. If jobs and investment in the cultural sector isn't what you believe in future for our country, then support this bill for the much-needed equity and fairness we need to reestablish the fact that everyone, including web giants, must contribute to our society. Thank you, Madam.
And it is now time for questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Lévis, Les Etchemins, Bellechasse. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech. Indeed, there is a broad consensus that something has to be done. The status quo is not acceptable anymore. Unfortunately, when you think about the web giants, you get the impression that this bill gives them a free pass because it doesn't really say how Facebook is going to be dealt with and their advertising revenues and so on. Why has the minister given the web giants, particularly Facebook, this free pass, the Honourable Minister? I'd like to thank the member for Lévis, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins for his question, Madam Speaker. I said this a number of times. This bill is a first step in this adventure, which is to create a regulatory framework that will apply to the web giants. I'm the first to admit there's more to be done. This is the first step in addressing the issue of the web giants when it comes to audiovisual production. And I mentioned another bill which will specifically apply to the web giants that my colleague just referred to. We are working with governments in Australia and France. They too are currently developing the same type of regulation. Thank you. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Minister of Heritage for his very first piece of legislation that he's tabled, a highly anticipated bill to overhaul the broadcasting system. It's no mean feat. I was expecting something a bit more consistent, and there's one thing I'd like to ask the Minister about, which is a provision in the bill under which any broadcasting company in Canada has to be effectively controlled by Canadians or owned by Canadians. And this Bill C-10 does away with that provision. What does the minister intend to do to protect our market from foreign takeovers in broadcasting by massive foreign companies? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. You can't, on the one hand, say that the regulations and the law should apply to the web giants, and at the same time, on the other hand, say that that the law won't apply to them. So what this bill will do is ensure that it applies to the web giants, but that's not the provision that ensures that companies remain effectively controlled or owned by Canadians. We're not changing anything about the ownership rules when it comes to Canadian broadcasters. In fact, Canadian broadcasters will still have to get licenses from the CRTC. And beyond this bill, there are other protections against foreign takeovers, which my colleague at Innovation and Science or myself have to rule on. There are other protections, but the provision in question would make it possible to apply our laws to those web giants. Otherwise, we can't apply our laws to them. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech. I have a technical question. After the Riel report, the idea was that all players have to participate in the production of Canadian or Quebec content. So if I get some cultural content through a cable that attaches to my TV, well, then those people have to take part in Canadian or Quebec cultural production. But if I get something over the internet through Wi-Fi, those people don't have to participate in Canadian or Quebec production. Can the minister explain the logic behind that, the distinction between a cable or a Wi-Fi connection? The Honourable Minister. Well, what the Riel report said about access providers was that because these are companies, infrastructure companies, they should have to invest in infrastructure. And we would ask those that produce content to invest in content. That's the basic logic, according to the Riel report. So what we're doing, and I want to point this out, I want to stress this here in the House, this is the first time in Canadian history that Canadian broadcasting legislation will apply to the web giants. That's never happened before. And they will have to invest almost $1 billion a year. The web giants, it's actually more than $1 billion, because if nothing is done by 2023, it will be at least $1 billion more for our production, for our artists, for our creators here in Canada. So this will add almost $1 billion to the monies available for our artists and musicians. Questions and comments?
I'm a Ladysmith.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I couldn't hear you. Sometimes when the translation switches from French to English, I don't hear the English at all. I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for his speech and for bringing forward this legislation. As somebody who's worked in the broadcast industry for years and worked with First Nations producers, television producers, and others who have been marginalized by the mainstream media historically, I think this is really important that this bill comes forward. I'm wondering about the CBC. We've heard from Friends of Canadian Broadcasting that they're disappointed that the CBC wasn't included in this bill, and I'm wondering if there's plans for amendments to how the government works with the CBC, budget changes, anything that's coming up that will improve the situation for our national broadcaster.
Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question, Madam Speaker. The CBC, Radio-Canada, is a very important institution to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The member may recall that it was our government that made a record level investment in the CBC in the previous mandate. After 10 years of cutbacks by the Harper government, we have every intention to implement other reforms in the coming months. We couldn't do it as part of this particular bill, but we strongly believe on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, in the importance and the role that CBC plays in Canada, and we will continue to be there for them. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I may, just to thank the Minister for not only is it outstanding legislation, but I know his high sense of commitment to Canada's arts and culture community, and it's reflected inside this bill. I know personally he actually met with one of my favorite groups, the Folklorama Group in Winnipeg, which spends so much energy into arts and festivals and so forth. And if he could just provide his thoughts in regards, again, to how this bill will not only protect our culture going forward, but it will actually provide those needed jobs in an industry that is so critical to our nation.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. As I said earlier, this is a very important sector. It's contributing $20 billion to Canada's GDP, 160,000 jobs across the country. And what we're doing by introducing this bill is protecting Canadian cultural sovereignty, is protecting these jobs. Of course, some American companies are coming to Canada to film series or movies, service productions, and this is great. But unless we intervene, what we are losing is our ability to tell our own stories. I watch series from all around the world, and I really love them, but first and foremost, I like to watch Canadian series and Canadian movies and listen to Canadian music. And unless something is done, Canada will become nothing less than a production service outlet for the United States of America. This government doesn't want that. This bill prevents that from happening and gives us back our cultural sovereignty.
Before continuing debate, pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Member for Prince George, Bist River, Northern Rockies, Fisheries and Oceans, and the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove on Infrastructure.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank, first of all, the Minister for tabling this legislation today, and I'm very happy to be able to talk about it here in the House and give our party's position on the debate that we'll be having today, tomorrow, and in the days to come. This bill, C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, is a significant piece of legislation. It's been long awaited. For a long time, the entire community has been waiting for changes with the arrival of the internet and digital productions. This legislation has not been changed in 28 years. There was the Riel report, and the idea is to have web giants covered by the Canadian Broadcasting Act. I think there's a consensus among parties and stakeholders that the Broadcasting Act needs to be modernized. And there's also a consensus among many stakeholders, and I'm convinced among the other opposition parties, that the legislation should have included web giants and social media and a number of other things. We say that this was highly awaited. I think we were expecting a bit more. This legislation should include things like print media. They are having a hard time surviving because of declining revenues. The minister explained that the Liberal strategy is to divide these issues up into many parts, but we think that's regrettable because there was an urgency to this and people were expecting this to be included in this legislation, but it isn't. There are also some technical issues that we were hoping could be resolved with this bill, differences between conventional companies and online companies. And I could name some of the things that are missing from this bill that we think should have been there. There's nothing for social media like Facebook and Google, nothing requiring them to pay their fair share. There's the issue of the sharing of royalties for content that's shared on digital platforms. There's nothing about things like Netflix and other digital platforms being treated on a level playing field with conventional providers. We get the feeling that the government is passing the buck to the CRTC, and the minister will surely explain that this is one way of making sure that, given that it's difficult to amend the legislation over the years to come, it'll be much easier for the CRTC to. Now, we know that's not necessarily true, but that will be their argument. There's no detail in this bill about the safeguards for the production of Canadian content. Once again, it's all being left up to the CRTC, and it'll be years before we get there, and the money's not being invested now. There are also no safeguards governing the percentage of French content, and a number of organizations have complained about that. And there's nothing about copyright either, or this will generate additional costs for the CRTC because there will have to be more paperwork for businesses, more work for the CRTC to do, more regulation. And the various reports also suggested that there should be more about the CBC's mandate, and there's nothing about that here in this bill.
This bill stems from a need to modernize an outdated law. There are new players, major players, Google, Netflix, Spotify, who are now on the market. These streaming services are not subject to the same rules as the traditional players in the industry. Will we include them all in our new modernized system? We systematically reiterate the need to modernize the Act in order to find a solution which is fair for all producers. The costs are difficult to foresee at this point because we haven't received enough details. The CRTC does not have enough details, and so it cannot cost this. 71.9 million were costs for license rights. There will be new surveillance powers. The CRTC has not used them, but would be able to use them, and the CRTC would thus have to pay for this at the end of the day. The CRTC will also have the power to define what an online business is and what it means to produce and stream Canadian content. The percentage of Canadian content, based on the information we have, is usually between 25 and 40%. There will also be an obligation to contribute 5% to Canadian media to subsidize them for producing Canadian content. Media in 2019-2020 spent $193 million. And this does not fit with the numbers that the minister has given in recent press conferences. Streaming services wouldn't have to pay the 5% for Canadian content. Yet, the minister announced additional investments for streaming services investments of $830 million up to $1 billion per year as of 2023. However, we didn't see the costing. We've asked how they arrived at this number, and our request was not answered. In the Heritage Committee, we were told that the minister would get back to us with those numbers, with the costing. We would have liked to receive those numbers and that analysis before this debate. It would have been really relevant. We're still waiting. Major players like Netflix are not sure whether they will be able to comply with the new regulations because they haven't received enough information. Traditional broadcasters can easily meet their content requirements because of, for example, sports content. However, bigger players like Netflix are telling us that they will have trouble complying with the new regulations because they produce, for instance, documentaries and TV shows, and they are in a different situation. There is nothing in the bill to deal with another issue. As of now, Netflix can't produce or fund Canadian content. Allow me to explain. Some content on Netflix, including Québécois films called Jusqu'au déclin, they were filming in Sainte-Agathe-des-Monts. It was viewed 21 million times in its first few weeks online. It generated a huge windfall in Quebec. The film complied with 6 key creation and content requirements, but it wasn't certified or stamped as Canadian content because it was funded exclusively by Netflix. This is an important example. There were Canadian actors, Canadian technicians, Canadian cameramen. Netflix footed the whole bill, but it wasn't considered Canadian content with all of those Canadian contributions, and this type of situation would not be addressed by this bill. The Trudeau government would, in this bill, give so many powers to the CRTC. There would be no clear safeguards about contribution or mandatory minimum francophone content. The bill would also limit parliamentary committees' surveillance or supervision power. The CRTC would be able to appeal decisions. The Liberal government is giving us very little information and saying, just trust us and everything will work out. Well, we feel that that's unacceptable. We would have to wait several months for the CRTC to act, and the Parliament would be able to oversee the CRTC's work. Social media like Facebook, traditional media ask for fees urgently. In a minority situation, the government is a minority government. They should have presented a very clear bill with clear measures rather than telling us that they will eventually give us more details and give the CRTC more details. Now, I'd like to talk about French content in Quebec. There is only one thing in this bill to increase French content. It would be in Clause 3.1k. Broadcasting services in English and French must be offered to all Canadians when possible with a progressive amount of English and French content which must be offered to all Canadians. Now, let's talk about French. I have posed questions to the ministers. My colleagues and I, we attended briefing meetings and we've asked questions about minimum content requirements, about quotas, about safeguards. We were told that we should just trust the CRTC. We were told that the quota was just fine. The quota was like a maximum. We need to give the CRTC the discretionary power to be able to make decisions rather than simply giving them a minimum and a maximum. I don't believe in that. The market can regulate itself. If necessary, people will go beyond minimum quotas. And we're told that this bill is historic, first of its kind. The minister has shared all of his accomplishments on social media. That said, the minister only shared the opinions of those who are satisfied with the bill. An example, the UPPCQ, Quebec Producers Association, they demand that there be a minimum for French content on Netflix and other platforms. They are concerned about the protection and promotion of Quebec's culture, faced with what they call the anglicization of content on Netflix and Disney. French language rights are very topical, very important right now, and we see that in Quebec, they have their Bill 101. The Prime Minister doesn't support 101. The member for Saint Laurent, during COVID, organized an English language only event. That was problematic. The Minister for Official Languages has not clearly responded to a request from all opposition parties. We, with the NDP, we have insisted that Bill C1 be able to apply to federally regulated organizations. Quebecers are worried. We have our language and our culture. Canada is so blessed to have 2 official languages. Francophones, we travel around the world to share our culture, our language, our expertise. On this side of the House, we don't want to just trust the CRTC to protect the first language, the French language. So it's not just the opposition which is opposed. Web giants, a title says, are laughing wholeheartedly at this. A minister chose the U.S. election day to present this bill he's so proud of. If he were really proud of the bill, he would have chosen a different day, because timing is never random when we choose to present a bill. Friends of Broadcasting, a group, has said the Minister of Heritage's bill leaves Canadian broadcasters at the mercy of foreign competitors and competition. The bill should be much more specific, much more clear. This is what we're asking. There should be minimum local content quotas. Our cultural sovereignty is at risk. Journalists have also said that the CRTC will regulate, and the web giants like Netflix can send lobbyists to Ottawa to negotiate with politicians and wield influence over them. These are quotes from important organizations who will be affected by C10. Broadcasting organizations have said that nowhere in this bill is there any modernization, substantial modernization of Radio-Canada, CBC. This bill does not put an end to political nominations within the CBC committee. There are no requirements for non-commercial content on the CBC, and there are no requirements for local news media production either. I would like to now talk about the National Assembly of Quebec. The National Assembly asked that we get the Government of Canada to set fair minimum content requirements for French content and to have this enshrined in broadcasting legislation. We are not the only ones who are incredibly disappointed by this bill. We were looking for a hardier bill. We thought that we were all in agreement. We all wanted an act to modernize the Broadcasting Act to ensure that all players are on an even playing field. We all wanted to ensure a certain amount of Canadian content, French content, and we thought that all players would have equity and fairness in the system. That is not how the cookie has crumbled. The minister made a speech about hateful content online, hateful content that we needed to circumscribe online. We haven't heard anything about that since. We are waiting for details, especially our artists, authors, comedians. They were expecting a bill that would protect them. They have been offered crumbs. The minister appeared on the Québécois show Tout le monde en parle to talk about his bill. These aren't very serious political interviews, but it was an interview on TV with Guy Lepage. During this appearance on TV, the minister talked about hateful speech, hate speech online, and freedom of expression. One of the political analysts, he made an important point. He said that the minister's comments were a bit disturbing when it came to freedom of expression. He said freedom of expression ends when we start to hurt people's feelings. I mention this now because this should have been worked on. When it comes to web giants and social networks, we're told that we will have more information during the next step. La Petite Vie, it is a Radio-Canada show. It was taken off the air. Why? Well, because apparently there was a part of the show that might have hurt some people's feelings. Then there was some pressure. They decided to air the story after all. It was a very funny episode. The minister was talking about that, and it really begs the question, do we have freedom of expression? This bill is essential. The minister appeared on TV and he said that freedom of speech ends when we hurt people's feelings. So what? We hurt one Canadian's feelings and then we take content down. We don't allow producers to produce content because such and such would have hurt feelings. Well, I think that that is a dangerous path to go down. That would not be protecting the freedoms that we hold so dear in Canada, Madam Speaker. I see that my time is running out, so I'd like to begin to conclude. We have so many questions about the bill. The CRTC would have many powers that should rest with the legislator. We should ensure that there are requirements for Canadian content so that major players in streaming respect our content. We also want respect for French content. We hope that the minister will be listening attentively to all amendments we are suggesting. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have so much to say. First, my colleague's party, they formed government for 10 years. They could have taken action. They did not. In fact, they even moved backwards in some ways. Some say that we are going too far. Others are saying we're not going far enough. And some say it will cost too much. I'm a bit confused. I've already answered questions about Facebook and Google. If you would allow me, I'd like to read an excerpt from a report. It says that the former opposition leader would... In fact, if you look at page 161 of the Yields report, it says in the recommendations, the CRTC must determine the true percentage that could apply, as well as afferent conditions for public hearings. This addresses the exact points that my colleague brought up. Our bill would not seek to make inequality continue to exist. In fact, it would bring about more equality. As for French, listen, in 2017, I won the Prix Impératif Prize. I am one of the few members of this House to have received this honor. This bill matters deeply to me. This bill would take the protection of French to the next level. We will ensure that the CRTC uphold even more requirements for French contents. Now, my colleague seems to feel that we haven't done enough for CBC Radio-Canada. Does this mean that the leader of the official opposition did not uphold his promise during the Conservative leadership race. He promised to end funding of CBC Radio-Canada, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. I congratulate the Minister for receiving that prize. That's great. I really mean it, truly. I think that he should sit down with the member for Saint-Laurent to really understand how important French is. We could teach him a few things. It would be so great on this side of the House to sit down with someone who is really defending the French language. That's great. Now, I am not calling into question the minister's love of the French language and passion for defending it. And that's great that in this bill there would be protections for both English and French content. But these protections could be more substantial. There should be more details and more requirements. And these aren't just my words, the words of the member for Richmond-Athabasca, the words of my colleagues. No, I have quoted many organizations which will be directly impacted by this bill. I have named them. I have quoted them. I have not stood and given my personal opinions. I have spoken in the voice of those who will truly be impacted by this bill. I hope that the minister has truly heard the concerns of major players in the industry. I hope that the minister is listening to the amendments being proposed on this side of the House. I hope that we can thus have a stronger, better bill. We shouldn't just continue handing powers over the CRTC, especially when it's not relevant. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I would like to take the minister at his word. I think he's acting in good faith. We're told that this is a first step. However, wouldn't a logical first step have been to insist on collecting taxes? We do it in Quebec. Why don't we do it in Ottawa? Is the government not once again handing responsibility over to someone else, in this case the CRC, handing decisions over to the CRTC? Then in a year or two down the line, when the industry is suffering, they'll be able to say, oh, it's the CRTC's fault. The Honourable Member for Athabasca. I thank my colleague for Berthier-Masquinongé, the member, for a beautiful writing, though I don't think it's quite as beautiful as my writing. The question posed is very relevant. I would like to refer to the interview, the minister's appearance on Tout le monde en parle. I knew that we'd be debating C10 today, and the minister's appearance on the show is very relevant. He made big speeches about freedom of expression, freedom of speech. He said he was working with other ministers. Then when it came to taxing web giants, all of a sudden the minister says, oh, no, the Minister of Finance is responsible for taxing or not taxing web giants. So the minister is all for interministerial collaboration up to a certain point. Then when there's unfairness for taxing, well, we want everyone to pay equal taxes. Are we going to not tax all web giants? Whether we tax them all or don't tax them all, it has to be fair. It has to be the same approach for all. This matter is essential. We all agree on that much. The minister said that it would be included in a further or future budget. But there might be an election before that point, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He addressed a number of interesting points. And just between him and me, I'm not convinced that what he said about Radio-Canada, CBC, I'm not sure about those, but I'd like to hear him on something that's very specific. That is, in the previous act, there was a certain proportion of Canadian content, and that ensured that we were able to optimize the talents and resources that we have here in Canada. And we also were able to optimize employment for Canadians, and that's disappeared under this bill. What does my honourable colleague think about that? The honourable member? Thank you for this very relevant question. Yes, and when we hear from the representatives of different organizations, and I was very surprised because I even I remember you nodding, Madam Speaker, when we talked about Netflix. We wanted them to hire Quebecers and Canadians, but that is still not considered content. So they said, well, we want to go further, but is it in our interest to do so if we can't even have all those investments acknowledged? Because these players are ready to contribute, and they want to pay their fair share. But what they want in exchange is that this bill be fair too. It needs to be clear. It needs to be not random, and it needs. There are some people in this regulatory body. They're virtually inaccessible, except for some lobbyists. So I think that yes, it is troubling to see that section disappear from the bill, but that is part of our work as committee members to correct this through amendments, because this bill is not perfect, and I'd like to repeat here in this House, everyone agrees that this bill needed to be revamped. No one was against that. We're perhaps a bit disappointed with what came of it, but we're going to give the Minister the chance to show his good faith and to make the amendments necessary to make this bill better. Thank you.
A question from the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech, and my question is about the lack of regulation on the content that's going on to YouTube and Facebook. And we know that there's been a lot of misinformation that's been put onto these platforms. There's been racist content. There's been a lot of misogynist content. What would the honourable member like to see regulation on these platforms? They're not really platforms, they are publishers, and would he like to see them treated as publishers and the content that they publish come under this act?
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca.
But
we don't see it in the bill. There's nothing in this bill that allows for the regulation of social media or platforms like YouTube. And it's clear, we would have liked to have seen this in the bill. The Minister even says we have to find a way of preventing hate speech, conspiracy theories, and fake news that's shared. But right now in the bill, unfortunately, we won't even be able to amend it in that aspect, and because it's simply absent from the bill. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. And the crowd goes wild. I'm very pleased to speak to Bill C-10, and it's the first of the long-awaited bills from this Minister of Heritage. The Liberal government's been working on this bill for 5 years. 5 years, 3 ministers, a media crisis, and a cultural industry in serious trouble. And in addition, a pandemic that has just dealt a death blow to many players in this cultural sector. When the Yale report came out, the minister said that he would not wait for a bill to regulate. He was going to act through regulation. And we're here today to talk about a bill that will operate based on regulation through the CRTC. So you might understand that I'm not super keen on seeing this bill. In other words, we could say, all that for that. And even there are certain major stakeholders in the industry, as my colleague from Richmond North Athabasca said, were originally very enthusiastic, but then came back a few days later and said that there was still a lot of work to do. Madam Speaker, when one spends that much time making a cake, when it's finished being baked, we're expecting icing and decorations. So if we go back in time, in 1929, the government of Louis Alexandre Taschereau put in place a Quebec Broadcasting Act. It was a first in Canada. And then in 1932, on May 26, the Bennett government here in Ottawa adopted the Canada Broadcasting Act. And that was the first law of its type, which created a regulatory body for broadcasters. And it was called the Canadian Broadcasting Commission. And it was tasked with regulating and monitoring all Canadian broadcasting and to establish a national service. And when he spoke right here in this House, Prime Minister Bennett at the time said that Canada should have complete control over broadcasting, as well as the benefits of public ownership. And the Act also stipulated that airwaves were a public good and that the government had a role to play in monitoring how these airwaves were used. Now, when broadcasting began, we had understood that broadcasting, which was the main communication vector throughout the country, had to be under the control of Canada. And Quebec had already gotten that 3 years earlier. So we should have, we were expecting and waiting for this major revamping because there hadn't been one since 1991. So we recorded our music on cassettes, and we programmed our VHSs to record L'Heure du Temps, Un Chien et Loup, Les Filles de Caleb. And I could say at the time, the leader of the official opposition was a journalist at TQS. And the person who won the ADISC was Jerry Boulet. So that shows you how long we've been waiting for this reform. And so, yes, it was very urgent. And I could say that in C10 that there's a lot of good work that has been done, and it will be an interesting foundation. And we'll be able to amend it so that it responds to today's reality in broadcasting. Now, this expression is not from me, but the Yale report said that it is urgent to act because there is much too much to do for this bill to be expedited. So we have to make sure not to botch it. Broadcasting is a universe that has completely transformed over the past 30 years. And just another anecdote, in the early 2000s, a senior official at the CRTC said, well, why should we legislate on online TV? Because no one's ever going to watch TV on their phone. And yet look at today. Who doesn't have some kind of mobile device to watch videos, the news, and entire TV shows? And Madam Speaker, that was 20 years ago. So imagine what the challenges in this industry might be over the next 10, 20, 30 years in terms of broadcasting. And that is why we need to have foresight, but we also need to be very prudent in the decisions that we make in C10, because we may have to live with the consequences for a very long time. Now, this bill as such, I think everyone has agreed that a lot of things are missing. We would have wanted something more consistent, more coherent. I won't repeat what everyone here in this House has said, but I just want to point out some missing pieces, especially as concerns hate speech and the propagation of fake news. The goal of a bill is not necessarily to tell the CRTC how to do things, but it's to set out the government's intent, and so that CRTC, when it enforces the regulation, it has to remember what the government's intent is through this bill, so that it can regulate properly. And so I think that it would have been a good idea, it would have been relevant, to incorporate into this bill an obligation for online broadcasters to set up safeguards against hate speech and fake news. And online content sharing platforms are subject to this, but users who upload content will be able to continue to convey material that should be regulated. Now, obviously, Madam Speaker, you won't be surprised to learn that I find that the whole matter of French language content is quite pathetic in this bill. For example, there would have been a way to put in place something with teeth. For example, I'm looking at section 9.1. It says that the council could require conditions concerning a proportion of Canadian content and its discoverability. That's excellent. I think that's fine. But it wouldn't have taken much more to specify the exact same thing as concerns a fair proportion of French language content. I'm going to just quote Cicero here. I know that you know your Latin, and that means what's good for the goose is good for the... What's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. Although maybe we could look to asterisk as well for a quote like this. Something else that is missing from this bill, Madam Speaker, are the... okay, calm down, colleagues. Don't be laughing so hard. Yes, we're talking about investment thresholds for Canadian and French language content. Is everything all right, Madam Speaker? If the government doesn't give criteria to the CRTC concerning specific expectations in terms of this, then the CRTC will have to negotiate with each separate business or group of businesses. And you can imagine web giants like Netflix, they will have they will be the ones who will have all the power in the negotiations, because they're not going to lobby. It's going, in fact, it'll be, Netflix will want the most advantageous conditions possible. And we want this, we don't want it to be advantageous for Netflix. We want everything to be fair for the cultural industry, both French language and in Canada. And this is very serious because the future of our industry could be undermined without such a protection in the bill. And there's nothing about Radio-Canada's mandate. The Yale report suggested that the mandate of Radio-Canada should be reviewed as well. And there were a number of actions that were proposed, for example, to review Radio-Canada's funding so that it doesn't have to dip into the advertising base. Put in place funding over 5 years with a renewal after the end of year 4 for better foreseeability. And in a few weeks, in a few months, we're going to be holding hearings for the renewal of Radio-Canada's license. And it would have been perfect to insert this into the bill. It's kind of like leaving money on the ground because you're too lazy to pick it up. Now, what about regional media? For example, the Canadian Association of Broadcasters sounded the alarm in August. According to a study, it said that if nothing is done, then 50 of 737 private radio stations in Canada might shut down, and 150 could close down over the next 18 months. That's 2,000 jobs in Canada. So in the report, it said that the broadcasting industry needs government aid and regulation to ensure that it has a fair and lasting future. I don't know if the government has understood, but certainly there's nothing in this bill to address that. Madam Speaker, one of the most important or one of the most significant protection measures in Canada broadcasting is in Section 3.1, where it says that businesses must be under the ownership or effective control of Canadian interests. Now, this was removed because they claim that it can't be applied to online broadcasters. Now, I know that this needed to be revamped, but I can't believe that it's been withdrawn from the bill. Instead of making an exception, online businesses, which are often foreign businesses, well, the government simply stamped out 90 years of Canadian ownership in the bill. And the Yale report said that the Canadian broadcasting landscape should have a Canadian ownership, but there should be foreign ownership as well. So that was an excellent recommendation, and it could have been used in the bill, because opening the door to foreign businesses to acquire broadcasting industries is simply handing over the keys of our culture to someone who doesn't care about it. Madam Speaker, there's also a lack of clear protection for the French-speaking and Quebec culture, and that concerns me. The Quebec cultural industry has developed, thanks to protection measures, to preserve its place in this great ocean of English-speaking North America. And it has taken advantage of this to diversify and be visible throughout the world. Not only are there Francophone artists who have been better able to live from their art, but the vitality of our industry has ensured that artists across the world, both French-speaking and English-speaking, have chosen Quebec to settle there. And that's a direct impact of the energy that our organizations representing the performing and theater arts, movies and television have made, for example, shows that the whole world knows. Un gars, une fille, Les Beaux Malaises, 30 vies, and we should think of Denis Villeneuve, Jean-Marc Vallée, and our famous movie makers. We need to protect France, especially, Madam Speaker. With the arrival of digital money, digital funds, producers will be more tempted to produce in English because they want to conquer the world. And that is also a good argument to support the Bloc Québécois' demand that 40% of the funds collected from these businesses should go to the creation of French language content. Believing the CRTC is going to protect Francophone content on these online broadcasting platforms is the same as believing in unicorns. I can only imagine what it's going to be like when billionaires are going to pull out their weapons of mass seduction, and our little cultural organization simply won't be able to measure up. So this bill has to give CRTC much more specific criteria without taking away its room to maneuver in the terms of how it chooses to meet its goals. We're not talking about meddling, we're just talking about it clearly specifying its expectations. And the government must take this opportunity, this golden opportunity, to review this bill much more in depth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments, l'honorable ministre.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Drummond for his speech. Just a few questions that I'd like to ask him.
He was saying that it's thanks to protection measures that we've been able to, that they've established, that Francophone artists were able to flourish as they have done in Quebec and across Canada. But one of my questions is, what is there in the current legislation? Well, I don't, all the measures that he's referring to. These are CRTC's measures. These are its decisions. And this means that we were able to protect Francophone culture in Quebec and across the country. I'd like to remind him, and that's what the Yale report was saying, and he said that it was impressive work at the time when it came out. And it's up to the CRTC to determine these things. And that's not in the law. That's what he was saying. And the member said he was very enthusiastic at the time. I have a list of people. I won't name them all. The Association of Independent Producers, the French-Canadian Record Production Company Association, rather. And he says that some of them went back on what they said in the beginning. And this is a press release from independent producers that came out yesterday. And the bill on radio diffusion, they refused the allegations of the Bloc. Sorry, I have to allow the honourable member for Drummond to answer. Madam Speaker, I think we have a lot of things to clear up, the minister and myself. I know this is a file that is very close to his heart, and I understand that there are certain restrictions in this bill, but I just want to go back to what I was saying, my first question he asked, and I'll try to do this more briefly than he did, Madam Speaker. When he talks about measures that were implemented, I want to detail that. The cultural industry in Quebec had to battle to preserve Quebec culture in an Anglophone ocean of North America. There were many organizations that intervened with the CRTC, and some of them tried to soften the regulations, but they never gave up, and we were able to establish a cultural economy and industry that is rather lively. And this attracts artists from across the world, and now Quebec culture is thriving abroad. Yes, it's not in the current CRTC legislation, but the whole market is changing. We're in another league now, and that's why we need clear measures, clearly stated legislation, so we know where the government's going with this. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lévis. Bellechasse. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the same vein, I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Grumman. It was a Conservative minister that tried to establish the first legislation for the CBC. But he clearly showed in his speech that there's a fundamental link between language and culture. And what he deplores in this bill is that they haven't underscored the importance of preserving Quebec and French Canadian culture. Is there not a fundamental gap in this legislation? And I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. Now, member for Drummond. I'd like to thank my distinguished colleague. Yes, I think there is a gap, and there is a way to ensure that we enshrine in this legislation. Well, if you look at the current context, there's a lot going on in the riding of Saint Laurent, for example, this week. But I think it's good to show that we can underscore French culture and language and put measures in the Act that will ensure that we recognize Quebec's distinction and protect Quebec culture and allow it to continue to thrive. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Drummond, for his very interesting speech. We have a concern with the NDP. That's the definition of online company. The idea of this bill is to include all the web under the CRTC's jurisdiction. But we have a small doubt. With Section 31.1, there could be some companies, tools such as Comcast and others, that could be without a license or receive an exemption and not be included. Does he think we should not clarify the definition of online company to ensure we englobe all the current technologies and those going forward? The member for Drummond. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie for his question. I think there are many surprises and a lot of new elements that we'll have to deal with the digital invasion. And I mentioned earlier in my speech, we should move forward carefully and be really careful in terms of the decisions we make today, because it will have an impact on the next 10 to 20 years. So when we talk about intellectual property and the license we'll give to online companies to set up in our country, we have to find ways to provide framework for this and make sure that each of these companies is subjected to regulations in place, especially with companies that generate so much revenues. Any companies that is broadcasting any content in Canada should be subjected to legislation in place. Questions and comments. The member for Shefford. I'd like to thank my colleague for his passionate speech, and I'd like to go back to something he mentioned in his speech, given our common past in the media sector. And he talked about some private radio stations for regional news and the importance, if we don't properly give them framework, web giants can continue to hamper them, and they're kind of facing a Damocles sword, and they're essential to our sector. Thank you. The honourable member for Drummond. That's an excellent question. I'd like to thank my colleague for Shefford for asking it, because yes, one of the most urgent situations that kept coming up at the top of the list in recent months, when we talked with industry specialists, those who were most concerned and who were the most fragile were regional players, local information providers. They're endangered, and we could have expected to see something more specific to help these types of media with regulations, or at least with a tax, or to allow them to receive royalties for their content. I think perhaps things were not done in the correct order. It is urgent to act to help regional players and to make web players pay their fair share. It doesn't make sense that we wouldn't do so. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I think that what we have before us, and the Minister did such a passionate job in explaining what it is that the bill is about, is something that's really long overdue. And many, including myself, would suggest it's somewhat historic in the sense. Just to be perfectly clear with the members from the Bloc Party, does he see the Bloc supporting the legislation? Does he already have some specific amendments that the Bloc is thinking? Because I do believe that the Minister, even in his opening remarks, talked about his willingness to listen for the possibility of good amendments.
The honourable member for Drummond. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, of course, we're open to discussion, and the Minister has shown great openness so that this bill can meet our expectations and to move forward as quickly as possible. The question is whether the Bloc Québécois will support and vote in favour of this bill. And given the Minister's openness and the industry's desire for urgent action and to implement this legislation, I think we have a lot of work to do at committee, but I would say we're rather optimistic right now. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to participate in the debate on this bill this evening with my colleagues, and we've heard many comments and statements that are very interesting. I'd like to start by reminding everyone that this is a fundamental bill. Not only are we talking about artists, artisans, technicians, people who work in these industries, whether it's film, television, music. But aside from economic development and jobs, which is very important, it's also who we are. It's part of our identity as Quebecers and as Canadians. So this isn't just any topic or any industry. The cultural sector defines us. It tells our stories. It projects us worldwide, and it's part of the greater Canadian and Quebec narrative. So I'd like to approach this issue with this in mind. Not only is it important for our fair and viable economic development to have regulations that favor all players in the system, it's more than that. It is part of what defines us collectively. So I thought it was important to frame the debate with that in mind so that the speeches we make this evening aren't just administrative or technical ones. They're really something that define who we are and say how we are or should be seen by Canadians and others across the world. This debate is interesting because a few years ago, we decided that Hertzian waves were public property. And if we don't remind people of this, we're not starting on the right foot. We won't know how and why we should legislate and regulate this sector. The waves that are in the air, whether it's for TV or radio, do not belong to a company or an individual. They are public goods. They are public property. And based on that, we set regulations to decide how they're used. And the CRTC was created with that in mind, to manage these public goods, which are the waves, and then provide licenses and permits to companies to operate these waves and to use them and broadcast TV programs, films, or music on radio. This system worked well for a certain period of time. Unfortunately, the Broadcasting Act hasn't been reviewed since 1991. I was just finishing high school at that time, roughly. Things have changed a bit since. And at that time, in 91, people said they didn't want to intervene massively in terms of what was new on the market, which was the WWW. We were saying it's new media, and it's a new way of broadcasting things, and we want to give it a chance a bit. We don't want to regulate it too much or provide too much framework around it. It's fun. We could give it some auction, allow it to grow slowly. But it became a giant, and the giant is now crushing everyone in its path. That's part of life, we say. That's okay. But our legislative and regulatory framework is out of phase in terms of what has this place that this type of broadcasting has taken online. So obviously, there was the Yale report with its 96 or 98 recommendations, and a lot of heavy work done on that. And I think one thing is almost unanimous. We cannot have a cultural production sector, whether it's cinema or TV or radio, with players that are not participating fully. Right now, there are people who are contributing, who are required to take part of their revenue and put it back into the system to help our creations and original content that comes from Quebec and Canada, and there are other players that are not contributing. That's what the Yale report said. It said this situation has to end, and that is why there's legislation changes today with C10. It's trying and it's attempting to achieve this. It is a noble intent, and we share it. It is something we have to do. The bill should have even been created 10 or 15 years ago. It's a bit late. But there are also many holes in this legislation, and I'll get to them. We also, as a parliament and as opposition, and we heard my Conservatives and Bloc colleagues talk about their goodwill to enhance this legislation and to ensure that we're minimizing the gaps and also keep some flexibility and openness in place in terms of the future, because we also agree that this bill, we can't review it every 2 or 3 years. We haven't reviewed it in 30 years, and I hope we won't wait another 30 years to do so. But I don't want to get us bogged down in this either. And how come, once again, there are players who still aren't contributing? It wasn't necessarily part of the Yale report, but I'll insist on this again because I don't understand how unbelievable this is. How come that Videotron, that I'm subscribed to, when they plug my TV into the cable, they have to pay 5% of royalties to the Media Fund to help with the production of Quebec and Canadian cultural content. That's great. But Videotron and my house I use it first to receive Wi-Fi, and it doesn't contribute to that. A cable is a cable. Whether it's the cable for TV or for Wi-Fi, everyone should be contributing to help our producers and our creators so that they can provide original Quebec and Canadian content. So I don't understand that yet. We had a bill that should have been much more ambitious. And I think we tried to go to the lowest common denominator here. They wanted to just take small bites. And there are concerns that we're not really including everyone. Another aspect that's strange is that advertising revenue from web and Facebook is excluded. Facebook and Google, all their revenues are ad revenues. So how come the Liberals prefer to exclude ad revenue from Facebook and Google? Well, is this because of the hundreds of meetings that Liberal ministers have had with web giants? I hope not. But once again, there's a strange exclusion here, and this will have an impact on the assistance we give to media and journalists that's not in this bill either, and I'll talk about that later. We were hoping that there would be concrete measures to help our newsrooms and our journalists and people who do important journalistic work. And we were expecting something, and then none of this, all this fell by the wayside at the last minute. And we will have to ask questions about this. Another thing that's not in this bill is YouTube. We can talk about TV projects and cinematographic film projects, but this also affects our music artists as well. And that's really important. For the time being, they seem to be excluded what's covered in C10. However, YouTube is not, even though it's an absolutely essential platform for many artists, whether they're future artists or have been the artists that have been in place for a long time. It's their way to broadcast their absolutely amazing music, and I use it as well, as do my children and friends, but it's not covered here. I think we have to make a distinction between the person who's in their basement who's filming their cat and who puts that on YouTube because they think it's cute, and I understand C10 shouldn't be covering that. But when you're talking about artists like Pierre Lapointe or Ariane Moffat, we're able to make that distinction. And we should be able to cover YouTube so that YouTube also participates in the pooling of these resources so that we can provide more original Quebec and Canadian content. So another big thing that's missing, media, social media, YouTube, ad revenues from Facebook and Google, internet providers. There are a lot of gaps that have to be filled here. And I'm looking forward to go to committee with this so we can work on this to try to look at how we can solve all these issues. And not to mention, and I have other colleagues who mentioned it, the fact that for months they've been telling us Netflix, well, we're going to make sure that they charge its customers GST. We thought that would be done, but it's not in this either. I understand the Minister of Culture, he's going to say, that's not up to me, it's up to the Finance Minister to do that. But we could all sit down with the Minister of Finance and work on a plan and give him clear direction. All companies, Netflix and web giants, should be charging tax just like any other company in Quebec or Canada. Second, how come web giants aren't paying taxes in Quebec or Canada? They're making a fortune and they pay zero tax. They don't finance our health system, our education system, and they don't pay for infrastructure in Quebec or Canada. They don't pay 1 cent of tax. And I'd like to remind people of a statistic I like a lot. Oxfam Canada said that there's companies that have made amazing profits on this pandemic. Jeff Bezos, who is the owner of Amazon, doesn't pay any taxes in Canada. But we saw this with online purchases. He saw his revenues skyrocket. And I'll give you another statistic that says Amazon has thousands of employees across the world. And if Jeff Bezos were to check to each of his employees for $100,000, he'd be just as rich as he was before the pandemic. And these people don't pay any taxes in Canada.
It's outrageous. Here's what I want. I want the Liberals to have some courage and do their work so that these web giants pay taxes in Canada. Another disappointment, there's no mention of Radio-Canada CBC in the Broadcasting Act. That's worrisome. This is a major player in content production, also in media and journalism. It's in this bill as though Radio-Canada CBC didn't exist. I wonder whether the government cares about the future of Radio-Canada CBC because they're not mentioned in the bill. This is a major omission. We could improve this in committee. Next, I'm not the first to bring this up, but I do want to emphasize this. We, the NDP, are not necessarily in favor of Francophone content quotas in the bill. We don't feel that this is the best place for this goal. It really shackles producers. It's quite limiting. We wish there were more flexibility. That said, the Act should provide clear instructions, detailed instructions. There are so many details missing. It's not really clear what instructions the CRTC and the Governor in Council will have regarding French language programming. original French language programming. This is important for us. We're not talking about translations or dubbed foreign films or foreign TV shows, dubbed with voiceovers, but by Canadian, Quebecois actors. No, original French language programming. We think it would be possible to tighten up the wording in this bill to make things very clear, to ensure that there must be additional resources given for Indigenous and Inuit production, yes, but also to ensure that there are resources for fair treatment of French language content producers, be it TV content or film content. Businesses with a license, this is in Clause 3, we share the concerns that have already been expressed. We want our system to be able to protect and preserve Canadian and Quebecois content. We don't want to be bought out by foreign businesses. This is a major concern we have at the moment. I think that in this case, we must all work together to ensure that our system is as strong as possible. Now, let's get technical. We are going from a licensing system to an order system. When there were licenses were renewed every 5 or 7 years. People in the industry and Canadian citizens as well were able to interact directly with the CRTC. Now there will be service conditions and orders. It seems that it won't be possible to renew licenses, and this renewal process allowed us to assess performance, modify conditions if necessary. It will be important for us to update and tighten this aspect. Moreover, there was a process of appeal for orders by the Governor in Council. People in the industry, actors, creators, through this appeal process, they were able to appeal. They were able to say, for instance, we see that orders or instructions, directives have not been followed. They could, if you will, put forward official complaints. We don't see this complaint mechanism anywhere in C10. We'd like to see it included. I have 2 minutes left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another element missing from this bill is help for newsrooms and production of journalistic content. Many of these web giants reuse the work of journalists. They place it on their websites. It's almost like free content for them. Newsrooms are suffering. Journalists are losing their jobs. It is essential for our democracy, for our nation, for our culture that we protect newsrooms. It's so disappointing to not see anything about this in the bill. In 2008 and 2018, 189 community journals and 36 daily community journals had to shut down. In Quebec, 12 biweeklies and monthly journals shut down. Countless local papers shut down between 2011 and 2018. It is a disaster. They are dropping like flies. If we want a strong, healthy democracy, then we need a strong, healthy media, which is publishing facts leading to democratic debate. For that to happen, web giants must be obligated to fund news writers and journalists whose work they publish on their site. Journalists do the work. They should be paid for their work, and the government should legislate to ensure that. Thank you. If he wishes, the honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie has 1 minute and a half remaining for his speech, followed by 10 minutes for questions and answers. He will be able to use that time when debate on this motion resumes. Now we will move to private members' business. Orders of the day.
Business consideration at second reading of Bill C-213, Canada Pharmacare Act, standing in the name of Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Boulouris, moves that Bill C-213, to enact the Canada Pharmacare Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate the Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to kick off this historic debate in the House of Commons on a very important measure that will help millions of Canadians. But I want to start by thanking the seconder of the bill, who is our national leader, the member from Burnaby South, a strong advocate for national pharmacare. My seconder tonight, the member from Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie, our deputy leader, who is also a very strong advocate. And I want to thank the member for Vancouver Kingsway, who is our health critic and who knows more about pharmacare, I think, than any other member of Parliament, and our deputy health critic, the member for Vancouver East. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this is not an initiative of one member, though it's presented under private members' business. This is an initiative of the entire NDP caucus and the entire NDP team stepping forward to meet a need that we know is a need that is urgent across this country. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to preface this important debate by talking about another historic debate that took place in this chamber, in the House of Commons, the old chamber in Centre Block, 100 meters from here, about a half a century ago. And you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, from the history books, that at that time, there was no Medicare in our country. And anyone who has read the stories of life before Medicare will know what hardship and desperate choices took place at that Canada at that time. People having to choose between whether or not they could pay for the food on their table, keep making their payments for their home or for their farm, and having to cope with sudden and unexpected injury or severe disease or disability. And what that resulted in, Mr. Speaker, as you're well aware, is often Canadians had to sell the farm or sell the home. They had to go bankrupt. They had to make desperate choices. Now, a man stepped forward, as you know, Mr. Speaker, and he represented in this House, as he was the national leader of the NDP, Tommy Douglas. He, at that time in Saskatchewan, saw the necessity for universal health care, and what Tommy Douglas did was, as Premier of Saskatchewan, put in place universal health care. What he did was transform Canada in a very real sense. And when he arrived here in the House of Commons, in the series of minority parliaments that we had in the 1960s, he and his House Leader Stanley Knowles and the entire NDP caucus reached across the aisle to the Prime Minister at the time, Lester B. Pearson. And they came together to put in place our universal health care. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you're well aware, that has transformed Canada. And when you ask Canadians what institution they're proudest of, often Canadians will say having universal health care in place, no longer having to make that desperate choice between health care or having to pay for it, having to make those desperate choices that happened before, in life before Medicare. This is something that remains an institution that Canadians are proudest of. Now, Tommy Douglas went on to become judged by Canadians from coast to coast to coast as the greatest Canadian in our history for his endeavor and his work to put in place a universal healthcare system. But at the time, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the debates in this House, he talked at that time about how important it was to put in place medication as part of universal health care. It was very much a practical and realistic and necessary dream that he had to extend universal health care to include pharmacare. Now, half a century later, Canadians are still waiting. But with Bill C-213, our Parliament, our parliamentarians, members of Parliament from all parties can come together And we can complete that vision by passing this important legislation. Now, Mr. Speaker, the backbone of C213 is putting in place, in the same way we have with the Canada Health Act, the principles around pharmacare. And those principles are exactly the same as in the Canada Health Act, exactly the same as for our universal health care. Those principles are public administration, not for profit, for reasons that I'll get into in a moment. Ensuring as well the comprehensiveness and universality of our pharmacare program, and making sure that that the principles of portability and accessibility are also maintained. What it does is set the legal framework that allows the government then to negotiate with the provinces the financial arrangements that will bring into being pharmacare in our country. And that's why it's so important to pass C213. We've waited half a century, Mr. Speaker. And now is the time to complete the vision Tommy Douglas had and make sure that pharmacare becomes a reality. Now, why, Mr. Speaker? Well, the reasons are very compelling. We know that 8 million Canadians have no coverage for medication, no drug coverage at all. We know, and this is UBC that tells us in consortium with other academic institutions from across the country, that 1 million Canadians have to make those desperate choices I mentioned earlier between putting food on the table or paying for their medication, heating their homes in Canada, one of the coldest countries in the world, in December, January, and February, as you know, Mr. Speaker, having to heat their home, make that choice between heating their home or actually paying for their medication. Now, Mr. Speaker, these are compelling choices, but when you add to it, as the CFNU tells us, that hundreds of Canadians die each year because they can't afford to pay for their medication, we know that we absolutely have to make the right choice and adopt this bill. Monsieur le Président, aussi au Québec,
Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, people want pharmacare. They want us to set up a pharmacare system. There are so many gaps and issues with the current drug coverage in Quebec. That's why many feel that it's important to have a universal pharmacare plan, publicly administered. There is strong public consensus in all provinces that we should implement such a program.
As the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer has told us, this is a very cost-effective thing to do. The PBO tells us that Canadians as a whole will save about $4 billion by putting in place universal pharmacare. $4 billion. Why, Mr. Speaker? Well, with the universal discount that comes, and the PBO estimates that as 25%, we actually reduce the cost of medication overall. The reality is, with this proliferation and patchwork of private and public plans right now, so many Canadians, 1 in 5, have no coverage at all, as I mentioned, but at the same time, it increases the overall cost, not just the administrative costs, but also the costs of acquiring the medication that is so important for so many Canadians' health and welfare. Now, the PBO put it at 25%, but we've seen other countries like New Zealand reduce the cost of certain medication by up to 90%. So that universal discount is a very real reality. Mr. Speaker, as well, the PBO tells us that Canadians as a whole pay about $5 billion out of pocket, but the small businesses and medium-sized businesses across the country pay about $6 billion in drug plans for their employees. And this is another reason why this bill is so important. Mr. Speaker, as you know, our universal health care is actually a major competitive advantage. In general, about $3,000 per employee for a Canadian company compared to its American competitor. In Canada, with universal health care, you don't have those additional expenses that in the United States, those companies have to pay. Well, pharmacare is about a $600 cost advantage. So it is competitive and an advantage to our business community as well. And, Mr. Speaker, as you know already, we spend about $13 billion through a variety of this patchwork of provincial plans. So bringing and putting into place universal pharmacare makes sense financially. Now, I've spoken in this House before, Mr. Speaker, about the $750 billion in liquidity supports that were provided to Canada's big banks within days of the pandemic hitting. And if anything, this pandemic has taught us the importance of bringing in universal pharmacare. Well, $750 billion in liquidity supports is more than 35 years of universal pharmacare, Mr. Speaker. It is the right decision to make. Now, Mr. Speaker, we speak in this House, but we also need to listen. And I want to tell you about three friends and how their lives would be advantaged by putting into place universal pharmacare. There's Jennifer, who's a friend of mine from New Westminster. She has Crohn's disease. She's recovering from ovarian cancer. Her medication is a considerable cost. She is a campaigner for pharmacare because she understands, not just for herself, but for so many others, universal pharmacare would make such a difference in her quality of life. There's Jim. And Jim, up until a few months ago when the pandemic started, was begging out in front of the Chateau Laurier, as you know, Mr. Speaker, because his medication costs about $500 a month. He lives on a fixed income. The only way he could afford actually paying for the medication that keeps him healthy is by begging outside the Chateau Laurier. No Canadian, Mr. Speaker, should be forced to do that. That's why we need universal pharmacare. And Jim, because of the pandemic, has been unable to do that and is now facing huge debts. He's had to make that desperate choice between making sure he takes his medication to maintain his health and having to go into debt because there is no pharmacare. And there's Cole, a friend of mine from Burnaby, British Columbia. His family spends about $1,000 a month on his father's heart medication. And the family is struggling to keep that roof over their head. Mr. Speaker, these are three voices that are saying to all of us in this House, it is time to put into place universal pharmacare. And this strikes back to the heart of the point that I'm making, Mr. Speaker, and that other speakers, I hope, will make too. We will have an initial hour tonight. We will have a second hour of debate in about 90 days. And then subsequent to that, as you know, Mr. Speaker, a vote in principle on the Canada Pharmacare Act. Over the next 90 days, every member of Parliament should be listening to people in their riding, their constituents, their bosses, our bosses, to make sure they have an understanding of how pharmacare would change their life for the better. We have 1 million Canadians tonight that are having to make desperate choices to decide whether or not they can afford their medication or scrimp on it or try to get by with taking half as much even though their doctors know that that's dangerous for them, or putting food on the table, or keeping their homes heated in the dead of winter. These are choices that Canadians should never have to make. So, Mr. Speaker, for members of Parliament to hear Canadians' voices need to be heard. And Mr. Speaker, through you to Canada, I'm saying to all those people who are listening tonight, who care as we do, that we put into place universal pharmacare. I'm urging them to contact, to phone, to email, to do whatever it takes to contact their local member of Parliament and to tell them to vote yes on C-213. To share their stories. I've shared 3 tonight, but there are so many compelling stories of Canadians who are forced to make desperate choices because we have no universal pharmacare. Canadians can speak up over the next 90 days. Canadians, I believe, will have an impact on each member of Parliament's vote, and Canadians, in that way, can influence the result. If we vote yes on C-213 in 90 days' time, and we move it through committee, we can actually have pharmacare within a short time frame. For people that are having to beg and borrow to actually get the money to pay for their medication, the people that are going to have that right now are cutting on their food or their heat, as 1 million Canadians do, to pay for their medication for all of them. They will be seeing this Parliament acting in their interest. I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, that this is a date with destiny, and it is for each member of Parliament. Each member of Parliament will have to make that crucial decision in the interests of their constituents and the interest of all Canadians. I ask them tonight, Mr. Speaker, I ask through you to all members of Parliament, please vote yes on Bill C-213, the Canada Pharmacare Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention today and his passionate plea. I think he did an extremely good job of pointing out a lot of the challenges that exist, unfortunately, for so many Canadians, and he is absolutely right. No person should have to decide between taking their medication and putting food on the table. No senior should have to make the decision of, do I reduce my prescription in order to make it last longer? And I think that if he canvasses this House, he would find that a majority of the members in this House support the concept of universal universal pharmacare. This government has been committed to that, put together an agency to review it in the last session of Parliament that came back with suggestions, as he knows. But the one thing I didn't hear him talk about, Mr. Speaker, was about the fact that making a program like this relies so much on the relationship with the provincial government and developing it in partnership with the provincial government. How would he see that rolling out, and how do we practically do that to make sure that we have buy-in from the provinces?
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. And it's an important one. I mentioned earlier the $13 billion that provinces are paying right now for a patchwork of public plans that leave so many Canadians behind. We saw all provincial governments coming together for universal health care. And the same thing can take place with universal pharmacare. What this does, the bill does, is basically provide the legal framework, and then the government can make the negotiations, the discussions with the provinces so that pharmacare can become a reality. We can actually move very quickly on this if we choose to. We saw, Mr. Speaker, $750 billion going to banks in a heartbeat. Now is the time to provide the same level of supports to regular Canadians. We can do that through universal pharmacare.
Questions and comments by video conference. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to my colleague, I also share his objective of ensuring that vulnerable Canadians who don't have access to pharmaceuticals, that we can do that. I'm just concerned about examples of nationalization of pharmaceutical care having unintended consequences, as we saw with the OHIP Plus program in Ontario, where 2.1 million Ontarians actually ended up with the elimination of their privately funded system and having worse levels of care than they did before, and didn't have access to drugs that they needed. I'm just wondering what thought the member has given to this potentially unintended consequence of his bill and how he would mitigate that.
Well, Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, I think that principles, I thank the member for her question, that the principles are very clear. The principles Canadians already accept in our universal healthcare system. And there's not a single party in this country that would want us to go back to the days before our universal healthcare. It's the same principle around universal pharmacare. And that means making sure that we put it into place, that we follow those 5 principles that I mentioned earlier: public administration, of course, comprehensiveness and universality, portability and accessibility. That is the guide. Those are the guiding principles that will lead us to, I think, the same level of public buy-in around universal pharmacare that we already see, Mr. Speaker, with our universal health care.
We have time for a brief question and answer. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. My question is the following one. Does my colleague recognize that in Quebec, the government has spoken out and refuses to be included in such a national pharmacare system? And does he agree that the Quebec society is the most advanced in terms of its taxation system, affordability, and we already have a drug prescription system. It's not perfect, it could be improved, but it already exists. So does my colleague tell me what he thinks about an opt-out option for Quebec with no strings attached? And but I'd like to hear what he has to say on that. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and in my opinion, he should consult the major union confederations, the CSN and so forth in Quebec. All four of them have said that it is important to put in place this type of program, a universal program, a pharmacare program, because they know well that there is a problem with the current system in Quebec. There are a lot of people in Quebec who are left to fend for themselves, who aren't included in this program, and that's what the Quebec unions are saying, and it's important to listen to them.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat by video conference. The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to be able to join this debate tonight, even if it is virtually, to address Bill C-213. I must say to my colleague, it's great that you took the initiative to bring this forward. I think anytime that we've got a chance to move the discussion on things that we know clearly Canadians would like us to have, and the work that's required to make that all happen, of course, is way ahead of us. But every time we have a debate, I think it's terrific. So I also never thought as a member of Parliament, that I would deliver a speech from the comfort of my home office. But this is a new normal that we are all experiencing in order to stay safe and flatten the curve of COVID-19. It's my hope that I will soon join my colleagues in the House to continue the great work that this government is providing for Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians should not have to choose between buying groceries and paying for medication. That's just unacceptable. And I believe every one of us in the House believes that. When constituents from my riding of Humber River Black Creek visit the York Gate or Jane Finch Mall, they should be able to reach into their pockets and purchase the food that they need and their medication. That is why the government is committed to implementing a national pharmacare program that ensures all Canadians have access to the prescription drugs they need, and why I also welcome this discussion tonight. It is a goal we have been working towards since we first formed government in 2015. And it remains our goal. No matter how difficult COVID has been, it's still our goal to see national pharmacare. As clearly stated in the most recent 2020 speech from the throne, to remind everyone that we do intend for this to happen. The COVID-19 pandemic has reminded us how important it is that Canadians have access to the medicines that keep them healthy. We need to implement a national pharmacare plan that gets Canadians the drug coverage they need as soon as possible. People are struggling. We know that. I get calls at my constituency office every day from seniors or others who are looking for help, who want to visit loved ones, who want to play cards at their local community center, simply want to get their life back to normal. Mr. Speaker, I tell them we are doing everything we can to fight the pandemic. A national pharmacare would make a significant difference in the lives of many people that are in my riding. It would be a relief to many of these individuals if we could assure them that in their lifetime they will have that dream of seeing a national pharmacare. People today need a break, and while we are now more committed than ever, it is important that we get this plan right. To modernize the whole issue of drug regulations, we need to address the rising costs of drugs in this country. As the price of all of our drugs continues to go up, trying to find sustainable drug costs has to be a solution. Canada's approach to patented drug price regulations was outdated. Our previous pricing regime was established a very long time ago, and that needs to change to be brought into date with the current issues. We have more than 100 different public drug plans and thousands of private drug plans. All of this means that we have many drug plans. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are doing what they are supposed to be doing, other than being a patchwork. Well, it was well past time to bring these regulations into the 21st century. In order to make drugs more affordable, Canada needed a modernized approach to regulating patented drug prices that would protect Canadians from excessive prices. That is why last summer the government modernized the patented medicines regulations that provide the Patented Medicine Prices Review Board with the tools and the information that it needs to protect Canadians from excessive prices. Secondly, we want to consider a value that a drug offers and its overall affordability. Most other countries with national pharmacare programs already do this, so we're behind the 8 ball on this. When setting a price, you have to have many discussions. These things are not easy. Value for money: does the drug offer a therapeutic benefit that justifies its cost? The size of the market: how many people will benefit? Canada's GDP and GDP per capita: can we afford to pay for it? These changes will provide the Patented Medicines Price Review Board with the tools it needs to protect Canadians from excessive drug prices, and they will bring us in line with the policies and practices of most other developed countries. Mr. Speaker, these regulatory changes were critical steps towards improving the affordability and accessibility of prescription drugs. Along with other consumer protection initiatives at the Patented Medicines Price Review Board, we anticipate that these changes will save roughly $13 billion over the next 10 years. These are significant savings for Canadians. From the savings, public and private drug plans will have greater capacity to improve benefits for plan members or to consider new therapies not currently covered. All Canadians, including those with drug plans and those paying out of pocket, will benefit from lower prices for prescription drugs. Mr. Speaker, modernizing pricing regulations complement the work already underway at Health Canada to streamline the regulatory review process for drugs by enabling priority drugs to reach the market more quickly. And it supports the work already taking place under the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance to negotiate lower prices for prescription drugs. As a member of this alliance, the Government of Canada is able to combine its buying power with that of the public plans in the provinces and territories. It is estimated that the alliance will save public drug plans more than $3 billion over the next 5 years. Successful negotiations will result in more affordable prescription drug prices for public drug plans and lower generic drug prices for all payers. Mr. Speaker, these steps that we have taken to increase the affordability of drugs will improve the viability of a national pharmacare program. And a national pharmacare program would be another step that could help us further control drug prices and make drugs more affordable to Canadians, especially when we talk about drugs for patients of ALS and some of these other very serious rare disorders. Mr. Speaker, the government has also made some significant investments to ensure that we can continue to take important steps in the right direction as we build this national pharmacare program we all want. Budget 2019 earmarked $1 billion over 2 years, beginning in 22-23, with up to $500 million ongoing to help Canadians with the rare diseases that I alluded to earlier, access to the drugs they need. Budget 2019 also proposed $35 million over 4 years to support the implementation of a Canadian drug agency, including the development of a national formulary, an important step towards a national pharmacare program. A national formulary and increased capacity to coordinate across drug plans would bolster Canada's negotiating power to achieve better prescription drug prices on behalf of all Canadians. And negotiating better prices could help lower the cost of prescription drugs for Canadians. But as we develop this formulary, we must work with the provinces and territories to determine which medicines represent the best value for money for Canadians, from coast to coast to coast. The people of Humber River, Black Creek, and across Canada want a national pharmacare plan. I am confident that the government will be successful in implementing the initiatives that I have outlined today, and I congratulate my colleague for bringing this issue forward in the private member's bill so that we can continue to keep everybody's feet to the fire, and that includes all of the provinces and the territories that have to be partners with us on this issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, and again by video conference, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All Canadians should have access, affordable access to prescription drugs. It's a key component of healthcare. Income and ability to pay should not stop people from having access to life-saving treatments. So I do want to thank my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby for bringing forward a suggestion on how we could help people like his friends Jennifer and Jim. For us to evaluate if his potential approach is the best one or would actually work, we must begin with a review of the current state, and there are 3 points to consider. First, how many Canadians have drug coverage at present and how many don't? At present, most recent estimates suggest that between 90 and 98% of Canadians have some form of prescription drug coverage, whether through private insurance or through public plans. So while a smaller percentage of Canadians don't have coverage, many Canadians already do. We should be targeting our intervention to Canadians without adequate coverage and clearly defining what that means. Second, the gaps in coverage is not just for those who can't afford to pay for prescription drugs. There are also gaps in coverage when drugs are available elsewhere in the world, but not in Canada. For example, the life-saving drug for cystic fibrosis patients called Trikafta. Third, healthcare delivery has a large jurisdictional responsibility within the provinces. While I believe federal and provincial governments should work together to address issues like this, we also need to ensure that any potential solution respects jurisdiction and the unique regional challenges of our confederation. So in the context of these 3 points, I will evaluate if the proposal in this bill is the best option to address this issue. First, let's start with what this bill does. To reemphasize, many Canadians already have some form of drug coverage, but the coverage these plans do provide are provided by employers and insurers, not taxpayers. This bill proposes that the best way to provide coverage to the smaller percentage of Canadians who don't have adequate coverage is to eliminate access to private plans for those who currently have them and replace them with plans provided by a government agency and the taxpayer with varying degrees of coverage that might be less than their current level of coverage and likely with a tax increase to cover the significant associated cost. This is what is commonly referred to as pharmacare in Canadian politics. Many people don't understand that what proponents of pharmacare mean to do is eliminate the coverage many Canadians already have, replace everything with state-run coverage that might not be as good as their current coverage, and likely significantly increase taxes to do so. I believe that instead of this approach, it would be better to focus on targeting support to those who don't have it, rather than entirely scrapping a system that works for a majority of others. Second, this bill doesn't address its potentially unintended negative impact that it might have on patient care. We don't know the level of coverage this proposal would provide, and if it would be a lower standard than what many Canadians already have in their current plans. This needs to be clarified. A good example of this is what happened with the OHIP Plus program under the Ontario Liberals. OHIP Plus was supposed to fix access to drug coverage for people under 25 by providing public coverage. But for Ontarians like Jackie Baines, she had to start paying out of pocket for her son's ADHD medication because her private insurance was no longer recognized. Many Ontarians face similar issues with access to other prescription drugs for epilepsy and rheumatoid arthritis. OHIP Plus transferred 2.1 million Ontarians who already had private plans to a public plan that provided worse coverage than what they had before at a higher cost. In other words, the government's attempt to increase drug coverage by fully eliminating private plans removed more people from drug coverage than it added. The vagueness of this bill gives rise to this possibility, but on a national scale. Third, this bill needs to clarify the potential impact of nationalizing access to pharmaceuticals on workers in pharmacies across this country. Would their jobs and businesses and ability to provide expert advice to Canadians be affected? This impact needs to be addressed. Fourth, there's no consensus on if this bill's approach would actually provide savings. For example, the Neighbourhood Pharmacies Association of Canada estimates a single-payer pharmacare plan would cost between $10 and $14 billion, which is different than what this bill's sponsor has suggested. That cost estimate is on top of other issues it would produce in terms of dismantling existing private coverage and replacing it with government bureaucracy, of which detailed publicly available costing is not available. On the issue of bulk purchasing, nationalization isn't needed for provinces and territories to buy drugs in bulk. Fifth, this bill does not address the issue of lack of access to life-saving drugs in Canada. There's no doubt that we need a strong drug and therapeutic safety review process. But as we've seen with the Liberals' slow and backward approach to reviewing COVID rapid tests, this system could use improvement. Drug access for Canadians have arguably been threatened by this government's changes to what are called the PMPRB regulations. We've seen how this regulatory uncertainty has deterred some life-saving drugs from entering the Canadian market. These changes could dramatically alter pharmacists' abilities to run patient support programs. While the new guidelines may lower some drug prices, they might also harm our ability to get access to certain new therapeutics, and this needs to be addressed. Six, this bill does not adequately address other issues related to drug supply. Our drug supply has been in jeopardy since the start of the COVID pandemic because of disruptions to supply chains. Canadian pharmacists have been ringing alarm bells for months, but this government hasn't done anything. Given that government usually doesn't do anything particularly well, in this regard, I worry about what would happen if the government took total control of access to prescription drugs, as this bill may propose. Seventh, I'm worried that the member hasn't addressed jurisdictional issues raised by members during debate today. In short, I believe this bill won't provide access to pharmaceuticals to vulnerable Canadians who need them the most, and could have significant negative unintended consequences that could actually make drug access worse for some Canadians, add a greater tax burden to already heavily taxed working Canadians. But I do agree with the bill's sponsor that we need to help vulnerable Canadians who don't have access to prescription drug coverage, like his friends Jennifer and Jim. This is what I would suggest. We should encourage the government to finally come up with a fully costed plan in coordination with the provinces to provide support for those without prescription drug coverage within the system that already provides significant coverage to millions of Canadians. That plan should be compassionate and first aim to help those who are in critical need of access to life-saving drugs. It should reduce bureaucracy rather than create it, as this bill proposes, sustain access to coverage for those who already have it, and protect jobs and businesses rather than looking to replace them with unnecessary government bureaucracy. It should respect provincial jurisdiction while taking a leadership role to help those in need. It should work with provinces on creative ways to enable bulk purchases within existing regulatory structures. It should look at innovative ways to reduce costs for these products within the existing system. For example, looking at policy options like classifying common drugs that are classified as over-the-counter in allied countries like the US and the UK as over-the-counter here. Some estimates suggest that if we did that for just 3 drugs, we could ensure Canadians save $1 billion a year on spending on drugs. This plan should also bolster Canada's capacity to domestically manufacture critical drugs. It should ensure strong safety reviews for therapeutics and devices while eliminating the pedantic, slow, and innovation-killing systems that prevented Canadians from getting COVID rapid tests and Trikafta. It should correct policies that prevent Canadian medical innovations from being commercialized in Canada, as many of our innovations are currently licensed out of the country instead of being retained here. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that we have a duty to provide support to people who don't have access to pharmaceuticals in Canada. I think that this is something that's long overdue, that the federal Liberal government has been talking about since the 1970s. But I don't think this bill gets it right. I think what we should be doing is looking at a hybrid system that takes into consideration the points that I've made, that allows Canadians who have adequate coverage, they believe it are adequate coverage, and build on that rather than just seeking to nationalize this. I think we should actually be questioning what the role of government is in this regard, and I think that we should be targeting it to the people that the member from New Westminster Burnaby talked about his speech, rather than trying to eliminate coverage for people that already have it. So I certainly want to emphasize that the Conservatives will continue to support government action that makes prescription drugs more accessible and affordable for Canadians, hold the government to account, especially this Liberal government that hasn't addressed issues like access to novel therapeutics like Trikafta. But we don't think that we need to nationalize the entire system to do. And we're concerned about examples like OHIP Plus, which really did fail a large portion of people that enrolled in it. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to working with my colleague in a nonpartisan way on this approach, but I think his bill has a lot of improvement that's needed.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's been almost 20 years since Quebec adopted its own pharmacare plan, a very imperfect plan implemented with the means at hand at the very time when Ottawa was slashing health transfers for health, education, social services, and imposing austerity. The Quebec plan helped to reduce poverty. In 25 years, no province has adopted such a plan. If Ottawa does go ahead with a public universal drug plan, which I find unlikely, Quebec must have a right to opt out with full compensation. For example, to increase coverage under its own plan. For a few years now, Quebec's central labour bodies have been sounding the alarm. The downside of the Quebec plan is that pharmaceutical companies are financing themselves on the backs of unions' plans. They say that premium increases eat into wage increases and threaten other group insurance coverage. Premium financing is inequitable. In addition to being a heavier burden for low-income earnings, it even pushes some part-time workers to quit. It's costing them a fortune, and it's becoming untenable. Something has to be done, and done properly. Ottawa's role in healthcare is to fund services within its means, and it hasn't been doing so for 25 years. The FIQ, the FTQ, the APTS, the Union des Consommateurs, the CSQ, and the CSN, and other volunteer organizations are calling for public universal plan, and in their request, they want this to be done while respecting provincial jurisdiction. The federal government must allow the provinces to opt out with compensation, provided they set up a plan that is at least equivalent. And this specification is in accordance with the will of all elected members of Quebec's National Assembly. The National Assembly was unanimous on June 14th. It said it refuses to join a Canadian drug pharmacare plan. All members and all elected officials in Quebec said that. They agree with that. And in the motion, the National Assembly demands full and unconditional financial compensation if a proposal for a Canadian pharmacare plan is officially tabled. We're talking about a unanimous position here at the National Assembly in Quebec, which was endorsed by the members of the Coalition Avenir Québec and others. The NDP, which adopted the Sherbrooke Declaration in 2005, in which it said it recognized asymmetrical federalism, and seems to have written Quebec off. And that is what the wording of this bill indicates. Why didn't you take into account the specification requested by central labour bodies or the unanimous motion of the National Assembly when you wrote this bill? And why not take inspiration from the FTQ's demands? For the FTQ, the terms and the conditions of a public universal pharmacare plan must first and foremost be discussed in Quebec and established according to the needs of its people. And that is why Quebec must be able to withdraw with full compensation from any pharmacare. Furthermore, the federal government cannot discuss drug coverage without addressing the funding problems of the healthcare system. To ensure the sustainability of Quebec's healthcare system, its share of federal funding must be also increased. End of quote. Ottawa has to do a better job of funding healthcare. On the eve of the speech from the throne, the provinces came together to demand Ottawa to increase healthcare transfers from 22 to 35% with no strings or conditions attached. And many people have been asking for this. Despite this, the government chose to turn its back on the provinces. The NDP and the Liberals have a harmful obsession with interfering and choosing where Quebec should spend its own money. Instead, the NDP and the Liberals should agree to the province's demand and permanently increase federal health care transfers. And when it comes to access to drugs, there are things that the federal government can do, starting with price controls. Canada has one of the most expensive drug prices in the world, 19% higher than the median of OECD countries, according to the federal government's own data. This didn't happen by chance, but by government decision. The patented medicines regulations, which regulate drug prices, align Canadian prices with those that are most expensive in the world. For years, the Bloc has been hounding the government to change the list of countries on which it relies and exclude the US and Switzerland, where prices are prohibitive. And we won our case in 2017 with the publication of a draft regulation responding to our demands. But after pressure from the pharmaceutical industry, the government withdrew its regulation before it scheduled an effective date in January 2019. The regulations were scheduled to come into force on July 1st and then are now expected to be effective on January 1st, 2021, and we'll see if that'll be delayed even further. So it could be delayed 4 years. With these new regulations, when they come into force, the Drug Prices Review Board will be able to better play its role and ensure that prices for drugs that are sold in Canada are not excessive. With these regulations, payers could save $220 million from the first year and up to $30 billion over 10 years. This would make a big difference. Also, during their campaign, the Liberals said they wanted to take action on drug costs used to treat rare diseases, but we've heard nothing since. They reiterated this intention in the speech from the throne, and we're still waiting for their strategy. The federal government needs to give more details about what it plans to do, especially if it tends to follow the rare disease strategy that Quebec has said it wants to implement. Mr. Speaker, I hope that Quebec will have a universal pharmacare system, and I do hope this sincerely. With Ottawa underfunding healthcare transfers, Quebec does not have the means to do so. Quebec innovated with its plan almost 25 years ago. It's made a difference. And with the austerity imposed by Ottawa, it has been a remarkable policy. But 25 years later, we've seen its issues, especially for group insurance plans for union members. I would therefore be very surprised if a universal plan were adopted in Ottawa. And if that ever were the case, and respecting provincial jurisdiction, and with the will of the National Assembly, and at the demand of central Liberal bodies, Quebec should be entitled to full compensation to improve its own plan. Mr. Speaker, I find this rather surprising that this was not included in the bill, and it would have made a big change for once. Thank you.
Resuming debate by video conference, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I speak to Bill C-213, the Canada Pharmacare Act. I'd like to recognize my colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby, for his tireless advocacy in support of universal public drug coverage and thank him for introducing this historic legislation. Mr. Speaker, we introduced this bill in a unique moment in time. 100 years ago next year, Sir Frederick Banting, a Canadian orthopedic surgeon, along with his colleagues Charles Best and J.J. McLeod, discovered insulin at the University of Toronto. But Dr. Banting did something exceptional with his life-saving medicine. He sold the patent rights to the university for $1, claiming that the discovery belonged to the world, not to him. This allowed insulin to be mass-produced, making it widely available to all who needed it, no matter their financial means. This bill before the House reflects this noble principle. The Canada Pharmacare Act establishes a framework for the implementation of universal public pharmacare in Canada. This legislation is modeled on our cherished Canada Health Act. It mirrors the 2018 majority support of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health, which studied the issue of pharmacare for 2 solid years. It also is based squarely on the recommendations of the Hoskins Advisory Council on the implementation of national pharmacare. Like the Canada Health Act, the Canada Pharmacare Act specifies the conditions that provincial and territorial prescription drug insurance programs must meet to receive federal funding. This includes the core principles of public administration, comprehensiveness, universality, portability, and accessibility. The Canada Pharmacare Act establishes a new Canadian pharmaceutical policy by declaring that it is the duty of the Government of Canada to facilitate access to prescription drugs without financial or other barriers in order to protect and promote the physical and mental well-being of Canadians. The overarching purpose of universal public pharmacare is simple. It will ensure that all Canadians get access to the medication they need, regardless of their ability to pay. For too long, prescribing decisions in Canada have been influenced by industry profits, marketing, and lobbying efforts. Instead, decisions about what drugs are covered ought to be based on empirical evidence and the best health outcomes for patients. To accomplish this, formulary coverage must be managed by an agency that is arm's length from government and free of industry interference. As such, New Democrats believe that it is imperative to construct a comprehensive public drug list that meets this goal. For this reason, the Canada Pharmacare Act gives the federal health minister the authority to work with the provinces and territories to establish an independent drug agency with a mandate to the following: assess the clinical and cost effectiveness of prescription drugs compared to other treatment options, advise on which prescription drugs, supplies, and devices should be covered, negotiate prices and supply arrangements with drug manufacturers, provide advice to healthcare practitioners and patients on how best to use prescription drugs, and monitor the safety and clinical effectiveness of prescription drugs. New Democrats are also very mindful of the need to ensure that Canadians with rare diseases and disorders are well served and promising drug therapies are accessible. We believe that special care must be taken to ensure that drug listing decisions are responsive to these requirements and future pharmaceutical innovation. Ultimately, the goal must be to construct a broad, comprehensive national drug list that all provinces and territories agree to cover without cost to their residents in exchange for federal transfers. This is the premise of our successful Medicare system. It works, and it is deeply valued by Canadians. Importantly, New Democrats believe that pharmacare is an important piece of larger comprehensive pharmaceutical policy reform. In addition to public pharmacare, Canada needs the reestablishment of public drug manufacturing in Canada, an intellectual property innovation fund that ensures taxpayer-funded research is commercialized for our citizens' benefit, patented medicine pricing transparency, and the use of compulsory licensing when drug companies refuse to make patented pharmaceuticals available to Canadians on reasonable terms. Mr. Speaker, to situate this legislation in its historical context, it is important to remember that universal public drug coverage was always intended to be part of Medicare. In 1961, the Royal Commission on Health Services was appointed by Progressive Conservative Prime Minister John Diefenbaker to study the concept of universal public health care. Mr. Diefenbaker appointed a fellow Conservative, Justice Emmett Hall, to chair that Royal Commission. In 1964, the Hall Commission released its report, which surprised many by recommending the adoption of a comprehensive health insurance program based on New Democrat Tommy Douglas's Saskatchewan model. In response, some provincial premiers charged that this approach was an intrusion into their jurisdiction, and there was reluctance to proceed within then Prime Minister Lester Pearson's Liberal caucus. Ironically, we hear much of the same claptrap today. However, because Canadians had elected a minority parliament in 1963, with New Democrats holding the balance of power, Tommy Douglas was able to leverage this influence and work with the Pearson government to advance the implementation of Medicare. And indeed, they did. In 1966, Parliament adopted the Medical Care Act by a vote of 177 to 2. At that time, it was understood that prescription drugs and other essential health services would incrementally be integrated into Medicare, In particular, the urgent need to provide coverage for out-of-hospital prescription drugs was specifically highlighted by the Hall Commission. But over a half-century later, has now passed, and despite repeated studies, proposals, and pledges, and solemn political promises in campaign platforms, Canada remains the only major country that offers universal health care without some form of universal pharmaceutical coverage. This is not just unjust, it is perplexing from both a health and fiscal perspective. Canada's failure to implement universal public drug coverage means that at least 20% of Canadians, some 7.5 million Canadians, can't access the medicine they need when they need it. 1 in 4 Canadians is forced to avoid filling or renewing a prescription due to cost, or skips doses because they can't afford it. To add injury, Canadians pay among the highest prescription drug prices in the industrialized world due to our US-style private patchwork approach to drug coverage. Even those with private coverage are seeing their employer-sponsored benefits shrink, a trend that has accelerated due to the economic impacts of COVID. In fact, Canadians now are twice as likely to have lost prescription drug coverage as to have gained it in the past year. Worst of all, Canadians die each year simply because they can't afford the medicine they need. It's time to finally address this serious deficiency. Evidence has been clear for decades that universal public pharmacare will expand coverage and improve outcomes while reducing costs for Canadians. Most recently, the Liberals' own HoC Advisory Council found that universal public pharmacare will reduce annual system-wide spending on prescription drugs by $5 billion through the negotiation of lower drug prices, increased generic substitution, and streamlined benefits administration. The HoC report also found that businesses and employees will see their prescription drug costs reduced by $16 billion annually under pharmacare, and families will see their out-of-pocket drug costs reduced by over $6 billion. Under this NDP bill, the average Canadian family will save $500 per year. The average employer will save $600 per employee. Universal public drug coverage will also mean long-term savings for our public healthcare system when those who can't afford to fill prescriptions achieve improved health outcomes. Yes, it's a fact. With universal, comprehensive, and public pharmacare, we can cover every single Canadian's prescription medicine and devices and save billions of dollars every year. In public life, it's rare to find such an effective policy innovation staring us in the face. Only the most obtuse right-wing ideologue or courage-challenged centrist could fail to see the clear path, the clear health and economic benefits of this necessary and sensible public policy. But it's time, and Canadians know it. Polls repeatedly demonstrate astronomical support for public pharmacare because, as with Medicare, Canadians know a good idea when they see it. Just as establishing universal hospital and physician care took courage and cross-partisan collaboration, so too will the implementation of pharmacare. I urge all parliamentarians to join us at this historic hour by supporting the swift passage of the Canada Pharmacare Act. Let us follow in the brave footsteps of those who served before us and march forward together towards a more just and healthy society for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have only just a couple minutes left in the time for private members' business this afternoon, but I think we will get started with the next speaker. And he'll only have about a minute and a half, but he'll, of course, have the remaining time when the House gets back to debate on the question. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to be here this evening to speak about universal pharmacare. And I do want to start off by congratulating the member from New Westminster Burnaby for bringing this up, and of course beginning the conversation with all members of the House, all 338 members of the House of Commons on this very, very important issue. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because it's going to be up to all of us, not the one party or other parties or others throughout the different levels of government, but with all of us working together here in the House of Commons, and once again, Mr. Speaker, at all levels of government, including the provincial level of government as well as the territories, that are going to be a part of the process of putting this in place. Mr. Speaker, we do want to ensure that we in fact get this right, to strengthen the universal Medicare program that Tommy Douglas many years ago, many decades ago, championed. Mr. Speaker, as was said earlier, no Canadian should have to choose between paying for prescriptions and putting food on the table, putting our children through school, and in fact living a life that every Canadian should live. Mr. Speaker, that's why we as a government have done more than any other government in a generation to lower drug prices, as well as including new rules on patented drugs and that will save Canadians over $13 billion annually. Mr. Speaker, I do know my time is short, but I do want to emphasize the fact, 2 points. One, this is an important program to move forward with, and two, we all, throughout the House of Commons and levels of government, provinces, territories, can and will in fact work together to ensure that we bring universal pharmacare to this great nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, the honourable member for Niagara Centre will have 8 minutes remaining in his time when the House next gets back to debate on the question. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to 38 of Standing Orders, the bill is deemed having been tabled. The question is as follows. Shall the House adjourn now?
This is going to be, I think, by video conference. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and indeed I am participating in this session virtually. I am metaphorically rising to address the issue of the election for the presidency of the Interparliamentary Union. The Interparliamentary Union is in some sense like the United Nations for parliaments. It is a global body that represents parliaments and parliamentarians as opposed to governments, and it does important work diplomatically and on a variety of different fronts, including on the advancement of human rights. When I initially raised a question in the House, the election was ongoing. It is now complete, and I do want to congratulate MP Pacheco from Portugal for being elected as the president. But in particular, my question is about the candidacy of a Canadian senator, Senator Salma Atulajan, who I was pleased to support, and many of my colleagues, at least on our side of the House, were very pleased to support. And at the time, I raised a question about the government's failure to offer support for this Canadian senator. All of us, I think, should agree that we want more Canada, more Canadian voices, more Canadian legislators represented on the world's stage, especially someone like Senator Atulajan, who, though a member of a Conservative Party and proudly a member of the Conservative Caucus, has also done a great deal of nonpartisan work on human rights, working with colleagues from across the aisle and from all different political backgrounds. Unfortunately, while the government of Canada has vigorously supported the candidacy, for instance, of Bill Morneau, former Liberal finance minister for the OECD, the government failed to offer meaningful support for Senator Atulajan at all for this position. And speculation was that this was the government not wanting to see a Conservative succeed in this position. It was putting partisanship ahead of the national interest being expressed in having Senator Atulajan's voice. And at the time when I raised these issues, the Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Affairs told the House that, this was different because it was a parliamentary body, so it would be inappropriate for the government to offer support. That doesn't appear to be the case at all, though, insofar as international media remarked on the lack of support that the Canadian government was providing as being unique and odd, and identifying that as an explanation for why Senator Atulajan was not successful. For many voters, it was important that they see the support of the government behind the candidate, and that was not the case here. I want to quote, for instance, from November the 2nd, an article in the Tribune in India, noting that sources said Sanjrani, who was a different candidate, might have lost because of his inexperience, while the Canadian candidate did not have the full backing of her government. That appeared in the Indian Tribune, a leading Indian English language paper. And then An earlier article said Atulajan is a candidate reluctantly put up by the Liberal Ottawa government, for she belongs to the Conservative camp, but has had long innings in public life. I love the cricket metaphors in that article, but not the substance, that our Liberal government was failing to support a eminently qualified Conservative senator who had, quote, long innings in public life simply on the basis of partisanship. So given that international media is contradicting the previous explanations of the parliamentary secretary, I wonder if he has an explanation as to why, other than naked partisanship, the government has failed to get behind and support the Canadian national interest and a stronger voice for Canadians on the world stage. We need that voice. We want to work together internationally to advance human rights and advance the national interest. But the government has gotten in the way of that in this case, and I think that's a crying shame.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak about the subject tonight for the second time in this House at adjournment proceedings, along with my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. And with him, I want to echo my congratulations to Portuguese Member of Parliament Duarte Pacheco, who overwhelmingly was elected as the President of the International Parliamentary Union. I'd like to remind the member that this House that the IPU is an important international parliamentary organization, which I myself have been a supporter of and advocate of throughout my years as a parliamentarian. And also that I am hoping that he has had a chance to join the union since we last had this issue raised by him in the House. But again, Mr. Speaker, what this organization, the IPU, is, it's a parliamentary organization, not a governmental organization. And that's a key distinction. It's a long-standing practice that the Canadian government does not inappropriately interfere in the elections for interparliamentary organizations and advocate for one candidate, either of Canadian origin or of one of our allied countries. That was again the case here, and although we were disappointed to see that Senator Atulajan was not successful, as it is always a good thing to have Canadians in leadership roles internationally, we do recognize the independence of Parliament as opposed to government. I want to be clear, however, that the Minister of Foreign Affairs and his office did speak with the Senator a number of times. Her specific ask was for a letter that was co-signed by the speakers of this House and the other place, the Senate, to be sent to the Canadian heads of mission around the world and then shared by them with their host country speakers. And that is exactly what was done by Global Affairs. Those letters were shared from heads of mission to speakers that were interested in the issue. I also want to again say that I have known Senator Atulajan for many years, both here and in Toronto, where we both come from. I respect the work she does on human rights and on other international issues profoundly, and I also value my personal friendship with her. The accusation that there's anything related to gender in the government's following a long-standing practice on interparliamentary organizations is completely without a basis in fact or reflective of our record. We stand on our intention to maintain a feminist foreign policy as well as a feminist international development policy, and we will stand with women and girls throughout the world and do so proudly, as I would hope every member of this House does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly look forward to buying Selena Caesar-Chavan's new book to find out more about the government's approach to diversity and inclusion. But if I could just respond specifically to some of the comments that the Parliamentary Secretary made. He spoke about the fact this is a long-standing practice. Well, this is contradicted by the fact that the lack of support from the Government of Canada was noted and remarked on by international media, as I quoted these articles in the Indian media, that countries were making, parliamentarians were making choices about who to support based on the fact that some candidates were supported by their government and not others. But the other issue, the Prime Secretary referenced letters of support. He knows, I think, that these letters of support were sent far too late. The asks were there repeatedly, and letters of support were only sent a few days before the election, after many IPU members had already made commitments to other candidates. So this sort of perfunctory last-minute sending of a letter, it was not meaningful support by any stretch. I think people know what's going on here, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would never undervalue the independence, the thoughtful nature of members of the IPU in their considered choice of their president. I don't think it's fair, and I think it would be naive to say that there would be any kind of undermining that was done by any other country. Each of those members had a vote, and I will respect their votes and their decision of the organization of which I'm proud to be a member. I also respect the work of Senator Tsulijan. I congratulate her for her putting a candidacy forward, and I look forward to working with her in a variety of ways in the coming weeks and months and years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm here tonight because of a question we were asked the Minister about, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, that she simply didn't answer. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal strategy for Fraser Chinook salmon has been an utter failure. Instead of implementing an effective recovery strategy for our iconic Pacific salmon, the Liberals chose once again to place unnecessary restrictions on fishing opportunities for British Columbians. And I have an example here of the story where it's getting to be such a concern to BC fishers, especially in the Fraser Valley, that some avid, and this is a quote, some avid sports fishers call it discrimination, that there are openings for fishing for Chinook in the ocean at the mouth of the Fraser and at the interior rivers and lakes, but not in the lower Fraser River, where Fisheries and Oceans is hoping to protect endangered sockeye runs. So again, the question was about unnecessary closures. I was going to speak about this more generally, but I'm going to defer to some experts that we have in our very own province of British Columbia. From Dave Brown from the Public Fishery Alliance. From April 1st to August 31st of 2020, there were unprecedented Chinook closures placed on the public fishery around Vancouver that had devastating socioeconomic impacts on the Vancouver guiding industry, marine industry, and recreational saltwater fishing industry. Why were there no fishing for Chinook regulations implemented for Howe Sound? Number two, the historic data showed that the area has an extremely low encounter rate on Chinook stocks of concern. Less than 0.5% of all fish sampled over many years by DFO, and the prevalence of marked hatchery Chinook is high. So then, what is the rationale for this area being closed when the potential impact on stocks of concern is virtually zero? Yet it can provide critical opportunity for the province's largest angling community. And I think it just shows the disdain of DFO for the recreational fishing community in BC, unfortunately. From Peter Cron, selective fisheries expert. In 2008, over 90 sports fishermen in the Lower Fraser Valley, Chilliwack, dedicated the month of August to assist in the DFO plan to determine the impact of non-selective fishing techniques for salmon called bottom bouncing. The report published in 2009 found over 90% survival for a catch and release using that technique. For the 12 years since, the sport fishing community has been petitioning DFO to do a similar study of a selective fishing technique called bar rigs, which is virtually guaranteed not to intercept the endangered sockeye. Why has the minister and DFO refused to do the required study and put the sport fishing community and the 1.5 million economic benefit and jobs in peril, billion actually, in peril, when such a study would only cost about $225,000 for all the sport anglers' time, and it would be voluntary? We're talking about folks that do this for free. They go out and try and see our increase in salmon on their own dime. From Chris Boss, South Vancouver Island Anglers Coalition. We must get back to our hybrid version of Chinook marked selective fishery as soon as possible. He also says the need for DFO to start 100% marking of all hatchery Canadian Chinook for proper and accurate conservation, as the state of Washington already does. He also wants to transition ASAP from in southern BC to adopting marked selective fishing for public fishery where plausible. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that here we see groups that are really trying to help
our BC salmon get back to populations where we can fish without concern again. They're doing it voluntarily. They want to do it on their own time. And yet this minister, instead of helping these folks out and doing what they love to do, they love to fish, they love to actually see our BC salmon increased, it seems like she's at every step trying to impede their efforts to do that very thing. So my question to the minister stands, when she can actually help recreational fishers increase BC salmon populations in BC?
The Honourable Member, by video conference, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and his statement. I had the opportunity to go out with recreational fishers just a number of weeks ago and talk about important issues like marked selected fishing. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, Pacific salmon stocks are declining. Many to historic lows, particularly in the Fraser River. Over 50 Pacific salmon populations are under consideration for potential listing under the Species at Risk Act or pending assessment by HoC. Fraser Chinook are included in this list, with 12 of 13 Fraser River Chinook populations assessed as at risk of extinction. Only one is healthy. The 2019 State of the Salmon report indicated that Pacific salmon are being negatively affected by a range of factors, including climate change and warming waters, habitat degradation, changes in land and water use, increasing intensity of contaminants, acute one-time events such as toxic spills and landslides, illegal and unregulated fishing, and international fishing pressures. Air, ocean, and freshwater temperatures have reached record highs in BC and the Yukon in recent years. This impacts snowfall and snowmelt that keep the rivers cool and flowing. Increasing water temperatures, changes to river flow patterns, flash floods, increased erosion and landslides are all climate change impacts affecting the quality of precious river and lake salmon habitat. In the short term, DFO has acted to substantially reduce fishing pressure on Fraser Chinook stocks to reduce the risk of further declines and provide time for recovery measures with longer time horizons to produce results. While these fishing measures have had significant impacts on First Nations, recreational and commercial harvesters, they have been necessary to protect dwindling populations. Short-term recovery efforts have been further challenged on the Fraser by the discovery of the massive Big Bar landslide in June 2019. The slide has significantly impacted natural salmon passage, and extraordinary efforts by DFO, the province of BC, and First Nations have been required to support the passage of thousands of salmon past the slide. In addition, several new emergency hatchery enhancement efforts are also underway to support impacted Chinook populations. Over the longer term, the challenges facing many Pacific salmon stocks on the Canadian West Coast are complex and require a long-term transformative strategy. There are a number of initiatives currently underway. This includes the Wild Salmon Policy Implementation Plan, the Coastal Restoration Fund, the BC Salmon Restoration Innovation Fund, additional Pacific Salmon Foundation funding, implementation funding for the renewed Pacific Salmon Treaty, and the renewed Fisheries Act, all focusing on sustaining and recovering wild salmon from a variety of directions, including habitat restoration and protection, science and research, as well as education and stewardship. While these new federal investments will help to support recovery, we also need to work with First Nations, other levels of government, and fishers to support innovative approaches to support salmon recovery and resiliency so we can continue to enjoy the ecological, cultural, social, and economic benefits from a healthy Pacific salmon population, and work to increase the amount of access and opportunity available to British Columbians and to British Columbia fishers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it sounds great what he just said there, but we actually talked to fishers that are on the water that are trying to implement some of these projects, and I'll just list one for you. So far, we have successfully reared 1.87 million juvenile Chinook through our CPEN project since the starting in 2017, and that has been achieved with 100% private funding. We have raised in excess of $300,000 to cover project costs, and DFO has not put up one single dollar, Mr. Speaker. What's the shame of it all is that these fish, guess where they go? This year we have seen our returning Chinook in the fishery, southern resident, killer whales feeding in the Juan de Fuca Strait near Souk in late August and early September, and increased numbers of fish, double in the Souk River, and it all indicates the success of our efforts are real. So, you know, the minister, the PS talks about all this as being this great effort. The bottom line is we're seeing our fishers so frustrated. They want to demonstrate areas to selective fish where we have populations of salmon that are sufficient and the recreational fishing industry can survive, and they can use these techniques to keep fishing. And they're so frustrated that DFO is not listening to their concerns that they're actually going out and protesting, doing demonstrations to say, DFO, look at what we're doing. We can really save these fish. Catch the ones that are plentiful, not catch the ones that are having some problems. So all I ask the minister and the PS to do is simply listen to these recreational fishers and truly listen to what they have to say. They have some great advice.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our salmon are in crisis, and there are many factors causing this, which I outlined in my previous speech. I believe that, like me, my colleague wants to see increased access and opportunity for our fishers, and I also believe that we both want to see a more sustainable and abundant fishery available for the benefit of future generations. To get to that future, we need to make tough decisions today, and not just tack decisions, Mr. Speaker. If that member wants to get serious about saving wild Pacific salmon, then he needs to ask why he and his party voted against the Fisheries Act, why they voted against the Oceans Act, why they voted against the $142 million BC Salmon Restoration and Innovation Fund. He must also ask why his party continues to either vote against measures that fight climate change, or worse, deny it is even a serious problem altogether. That member's party has a record that is glaringly against wild Pacific salmon, and I would encourage him to work with our government and his party to change that record going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to talk about public transit in Metro Vancouver. It's a follow-up to a question I had asked a couple of weeks ago, and I don't think I got an adequate answer. But a bit of background, Metro Vancouver is located in the lower mainland area of British Columbia, which is a relatively small piece of real estate compared to the province, compared to the country, but it's huge when it comes to strategic importance. Vancouver is Canada's front door to the Pacific Rim and our gateway to global trade in that part of the world. But it's also a very complex piece of real estate. It's bound to the north and the east by mountains, to the south by the U.S. border, and to the west by the sea, so there is nowhere to go. There is some spare land, but it's protected by the Agricultural Land Reserve, and there's a strong community consensus in the lower mainland that is untouchable. So take it from me, there is nowhere to go except up, and we do that very well. Any new real estate development in that area has as a first step to take down what's already there and then to rebuild to much higher density, whether it's residential or commercial or industrial. So that's the way Vancouver operates. Now, on top of all that complexity, 2.5 million people live in that area, and every year we add about 50,000 people. So think of that, right? A small population of a small town dropped right into the middle of all that complexity. The only way that development works, and that is as sustainable, as that we have a great public transit system. SkyTrain, contrary to other transit systems in North America, has an ever-increasing transit ridership, and that's because the focus on transit-oriented development. So that brings me to my ask, and that is for a federal funding commitment to extend the SkyTrain from the eastern end of it, which is in downtown Surrey, to bring it all the way to downtown Langley. There's federal and provincial and municipal funding commitments to build the first phase of that to the Fleetwood area of Surrey, but we're looking for another $550 million from the federal government to extend it all the way into Langley. I want to talk also about the housing affordability crisis in our area. Even in this year of COVID, prices have been going steadily up, about 9 or 10% price increases in my area. So rather than trying to reduce demand, which goes completely contrary to what we're trying to do, I would say let's increase the supply of housing. A great way to do that is to extend SkyTrain into Langley and urge the provincial and the municipal governments to continue developing in that area. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in this area now live an elevator ride and about 400 steps from the nearest SkyTrain station. If you fly into Vancouver on a clear day, you can see exactly where the SkyTrain route is from the cluster of high-rises that spring up in close proximity to SkyTrain stations. So that's what we're looking for, Mr. Speaker. We're looking for a commitment of $550 million to complete the project all the way to Langley City. I was talking to Mike Buda, who is the Executive Director of the Mayor's Council on Regional Transportation, and he said that it would be imprudent for us to put the shovels down at the end of phase 1. We need to continue it right into phase 2. There's economies of scale. There will be savings to be able to do that. And, Mr. Speaker, it is required. We're looking for a federal funding commitment, $550 million. Thank you.
And we're going to go right over to the other coast, and by video conference, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Langley Aldergrove for this engagement. And I can assure him that as a career city planner with a 20-plus year career before I came to this place, I know very well that the best land use plan is, in fact, a good transit plan, and I appreciate his remarks on transit-oriented development. It's one of the reasons why I know and live the knowledge that safe, modern, and effective and efficient public transit systems are absolutely fundamental for the health and sustainability of our communities, even in the best of times. But now more than ever, we recognize the important role that transit continues to play in moving Canadians during this time of pandemic, including getting health professionals, first responders, grocery store workers, and others to their places of work. And key to the health and sustainability of our public transit networks are strategic investments. And that's why the government committed $28.7 billion in stable, predictable, long-term funding to build the new urban transit networks and service extensions that are going to transform the way Canadians live, move, and work. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the member will be happy to know that since November 2015, our government has already invested more than $13.3 billion in public transit. That's about 13 times the previous government's expenditure on transit from 2011 to 2015. Now, public transit is a major focus of Infrastructure Canada's funding programs. It's key to a more sustainable, lower carbon economy and absolutely critical to supporting mobility and growth in our cities. It's about getting people around faster, cleaner, and more cheaply. And that's why under the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, ICIP, British Columbia stands to benefit from over $2.6 billion in funding for public transit projects that the province identifies as priority. The Government of Canada is very pleased and very happy and committed to working closely with the province of British Columbia to ensure that together we're investing in infrastructure that makes the lives of British Columbians better and greener. Infrastructure like the funding for approximately 110 new Handy-Dart buses in View Royal, which is double the current fleet size. This is an investment that's strengthening the existing transit services for people with disabilities and helping to ensure all residents have access to the opportunities and services that they need. The Surrey-Langley SkyTrain extension project will create significant benefits for the surrounding communities. The project proposes to build 16 kilometers of elevated extension from the current Expo line along Fraser Highway from King George Station to a new terminus in Langley City Centre. It includes 8 new stations, 2 transit exchanges, and 55 new vehicles. And it's not only going to help further reduce gridlock, it's going to shorten commutes for locals and give them more time to spend with their families, not to mention the air quality measures. I'm pleased to note that a business case for phase 1 of the project was submitted to Infrastructure Canada, requesting federal funding for the King George Station to Fleetwood part of the project, and this would include 4 new stations and 25 new SkyTrains. We're working closely with our provincial counterparts to perform due diligence and analyze the business case that has been submitted by our provincial partner to ensure value for taxpayer money. We look forward to getting it built, creating jobs, reducing emissions, and helping people get around their communities faster So I want to thank again the member for the opportunity to speak to what the Government of Canada is doing to support British Columbia's public transit priorities.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, that was all good to hear, but what was missing in that was a commitment that the $550 million will be invested by the federal government into the Fleetwood to Langley Phase 2. Is it ready to go? It has provincial support. The provincial government has promised to fund their portion of it. It's got the regional mayor's council support. All it's looking for is a final commitment from the federal government. It's ready to go.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, the Government of Canada is committed to investing in public transit infrastructure projects across the country and has made the dollars necessary available. We entirely understand that projects of all sizes can have a major impact. For example, a new handy van can change the lives of residents living with disabilities by making their communities more accessible and increasing their independence. A new light rail transit network can get hundreds of buses off the street and significantly reduce GHG emissions, commute times, and gridlock. It's through exactly this kind of smart, strategic investment in public transit infrastructure that we will help improve the quality of life of British Columbians and all Canadians and make their communities more livable, sustainable, and healthier. Thank you.
It being 7:38 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.